Google, and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but we made a great deal with China, great trade deal. But It was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States. And they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50.
Sir, so you are listening. That was Donald J. Trump, the president, speaking out this morning live as he's talking about the trade deal, temporary pause. I've been reporting on this between China and the United States of America. He's also talking about world peace on the stage, whether it's Putin, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Israel, whether it's the American hostage, Adon Alexander, coming home, and also drug prices to be cut by 59%, plus gas, energy, groceries, costs going down, no inflation. Those are the headlines this morning. Let's join now President Trump as he is speaking live right now.
Subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to health care, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., who is doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. CMS Administrator, a friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success, made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it sort of hurt him. And you know who I compare that to? I hate to say this, but a special woman, Jeanine Pirro. She was the toughest, smartest DA, maybe. She was really tough, really sharp. Then she did a show, and people didn't think of her quite the same way. She became more of an entertainment person, like Oz. Oz is not an entertainer. He's not really an entertainer. You know the real story. And she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York. Highly respected, very tough. Went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And hopefully she's given up a tremendous, she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period, The Five, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it. And so I equated to that. Jeanine Pirro is unbelievable. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, with a reputation that's second to none, and the job he's doing already has been fantastic. Thank you, Marty. And Director of National Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya, who has been, as you know, from Stanford, so highly regarded, and have all been working with us very hard on this. And the question they would ask, being a little bit new to the government aspect of it, is why doesn't somebody fight the drug price situation, meaning equalization? There's a term, it's called equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies, because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country, they say, the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers. and they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. Countries where they paid a small fraction of what, for the same drug, that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma. But again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing. But they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And the European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all of our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded $15 billion, $17 billion, $20 billion, and they use that to run their operation. Sure. Not going to happen any longer.
So this is, you are listening live to the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, speaking and addressing the situation. He's flanked by the Maha team, if you will, and he's named some of them, Dr. Marty McCary, obviously Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, RFK Jr., and he mentioned Dr. Oz. This is something that Trump has wanted to do for a very long time, as he says we're getting an unfair deal with regard to pharmaceuticals. He says that the pharmaceutical prices must be reduced, and he wants to reduce them by anywhere between 30% to 80%. You may remember that he had pushed back against the fact that the courts noted that at the time Medicare was barred from negotiating drug prices. And so this is something that has been a thorn in the side of Trump. He has wanted to do this for a long time, facing those legal roadblocks. But at this point, he's saying he's getting this done. And he's saying this is one of the most consequential executive orders in our nation's history, that prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will now be reduced. Fairness to America, as Trump says. So you think about what's on the docket this morning with reducing your pharmaceutical prices, with peace, world peace. We're talking about world peace as we look out at Hamas now returning the final American hostage, Adan Alexander, that we've talked a lot about this morning and beyond. That's a huge victory, as now we see Hamas acquiescing. Will we have peace in the Middle East? Will we have peace between Ukraine and Russia? That as well is on the docket as President Trump heads out. So a victorious moment. We hope and pray that this all works. And I will point out to you, Pope Leo yesterday calling for world peace, calling for peace in the Middle East and Ukraine. So a prayer for peace and a request by the new Pope. All of this here on the Dawn Stensland Show. We will take a quick break as we move forward. We'll have Dr. Michael Busler on the other side, and we'll also have our friend from the Middle East from an insider's point. Earlier this morning, she'll talk to us about what's going on in the Middle East and the reaction after October 7th and the long prayer and wait for peace. And remember, we're going to take Rich Cioli and Jimmy Fela. They're going to be live from New York City on a very special panel. That'll happen at 10:30. We are locked and loaded. Thankful that you are here. Hopefully you had a wonderful Mother's Day. We'll talk about those tributes as well. Take a quick break. Get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 1-800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'ma tell you, like who told me, cash rules everything around me. Sing it, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Dollar, dollar bill, y'all.
So many headlines this morning, but the big one, as President Trump vows to lower drug prices by linking them to what other countries pay. Obviously, this is drawing immediate opposition from drug companies. But the other headline, a big headline that, of course, as we look at the stock market, even the futures, we started noticing this morning when we started at 6 a.m. I mean, the Dow just skyrocketing up over 1,000 points as we see stocks surge on word and news of this U.S.-China tariffs deal.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, Dawn, but today on Bloomberg, Bessent made some news because he essentially alluded to, Dawn, that the Chinese, once Biden administration came into office, they just ignored their obligations to previous trade deals. Take a listen.
What has to happen is it has to be fair for the American people. But in January 2020, President Trump produced a template. We had an excellent trade agreement with China, and the Biden administration chose not to enforce it. The Chinese delegation basically told us that once President Biden came into office, they just ignored their obligations. So, we all already have a large framework. The other thing to remember here, Jonathan, is that this is a pause down to 10%. The April 2nd level for China is 34%. So we will be working to see where their final reciprocal number ends up.
So you have Scott Bessent, and I told you midweek last week that Bessent would be over the weekend in Switzerland, and we knew that there was some hopeful news out of that meeting, the Geneva talks, marking the first high-level U.S.-China meeting since President Trump returned to Washington. You think of how quickly this has all happened. And so the headline was that the trade war halted $600 billion in bilateral trade, okay? And that was, so all we saw in the headlines was fears of, stagflation and recession, and that was what the media headlines were consumed with. But now it's a new day in America, and here we are this morning on May the 12th, as the news is that the United States and China did indeed, over the weekend, reach a better than expected deal, quite frankly, to temporarily cut those tariffs. This is why we saw the futures and now the stock market has just been rocketing, the U.S. dollar sharply higher as the world's two biggest economies want to end any kind of a so-called trade war. And although that's something that Trump has pushed back on and said this was really about much more than that, it was about holding China accountable for the fentanyl crisis that we're seeing in America. So in this, we see U.S. imports will fall to 10% from 125% over the next 90 days. And what does that mean? That means Chinese imports will be to 30%. And so that's what we're looking at with this new deal. And in my humble opinion, even though there are pundits who are saying, well, hold on, this is only a temporary deal, I think this is only the beginning. I think that's fair to say. It's very good news. We see the good news on the forefront. And as well, will we now see the rest of the world fall in line? Will we see peace? We certainly hope so with Ukraine, Russia, in the Middle East. We have Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University. What's your reaction this morning as you see the breaking news, the markets this morning? Good morning, Dr. Michael Busler. It's a good morning.
Good morning, Dawn. Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here. So there were a couple of big events that happened. Last week, the U.S. signed the first trade deal with England. And what Trump's goal always has been to keep tariffs low. He sets 10%. I'm a free market economist. I like them to see them be lower than that. But nonetheless, he set 10% tariffs, and they were reciprocal. So, and all quotas were eliminated. The big news with that is it will open up foreign markets to U.S. manufacturers, particularly in the agricultural industry, the beef industry. We haven't been able to sell any of our agricultural products in England because they have quotas and extremely high tariffs. Now we'll be able to do that. England said, look, I know you want 25% tariffs on cars, but we sell about 100,000 relatively high-priced cars, Rolls-Royce, et cetera, in the U.S. So have it a 10% tariff on the first 100,000, and then you can raise to 25%. So they came up with a good agreement. That's going to be a blueprint for other countries going forward. And I think you're going to see relatively quickly, maybe even a matter of days, other countries start to sign. The big problem was always China. How are we going to get a deal with China? Well, as I've said before on the show, China, the economy is in very difficult position. Why? They financed a lot of real estate with debt, and now their economy is slowing down a little bit, and you have all that debt to carry, and it creates problems. Their largest real estate developer already went under. In addition to that, because Trump said, I'm going to put 145% tariff, it essentially stopped all of Chinese goods from coming into the U.S. Now, almost 5% of their output comes to the U.S. So as I said in the show before, they can't afford to have that happen. They're going to have to come to the table relatively soon and come up with a deal. So what happened was, over the weekend, as you mentioned before, they've come up with a deal with China. For 90 days, we'll reduce the 145% tariff significantly. And within the 90 days, we'd like to come up with a deal that will open Chinese markets to American manufacturers and China will have to agree no quotas on anything and stop their currency manipulation, which makes it very difficult for American companies to sell. This is a very good day for the American economy, and you're going to see other deals follow in a very short time period. And all foreign markets will now be open to U.S. producers, and I think the economy is really going to start to grow rapidly.
So when President Trump says this is an economic revolution because he's, in essence, changing, maybe wiping out the old ways and bringing in a new way, how do you interpret that when he says it's a revolution? And the fact that this morning he's also integrating his policy on prescription medication, I mean, these two things are not unrelated, right?
Another big plus. So a revolution occurs when something changes radically. For decades, the rest of the world has been taking advantage of the U.S. Now, it's partially our fault. We said after World War II, we want to help everybody, so we'll allow you to do this. But everybody's doing okay now. So now Trump's saying all that that we had before, where we charged a relatively small tariff, sometimes as low as 2.5%, and they're charging 20, 30, 40, 50, 100% tariffs, keeping Americans from selling products in those foreign markets. All of that is done. From now on, we have reciprocal tariffs. Whatever we charge, you charge the same thing. They seem to have settled at 10%, and it will revolutionize the way American companies can sell abroad. You'll see a tremendous growth spurt just because of that. Now, I mentioned the prescription drugs. So the way the system was set up, the drug companies charge Americans a very high price for pharmaceuticals. The other countries couldn't afford it, so they were charged a much lower price. The result was Americans were absorbing all of the R&D expenses for these drugs. Trump said, you're not going to do that anymore. Whatever you charge somebody else, you're going to have to charge Americans. We're going to see prescription drug prices drop significantly. I've heard estimates between 30 and 50% or even more. That will make Americans able to buy these drugs at a much lower price. Now, the drug companies say, wait a minute, you start doing that, and we're not going to be able to recover our R&D expense on the American market. And that's true. You're going to have to recover your R&D expense in the worldwide market. Why should the American public subsidize every other country in the world by paying higher drug prices and letting them pay lower prices? Our drug prices are going to come down significantly. Healthcare, the whole system needs work on it, but healthcare is very expensive. Prescription drugs are a large part of that. President Trump, in a remarkably short time period, has been able to solve the trade imbalances and now this drug problem. This is a great day for the U.S. economy and for the American people.
Well, Dr. Michael Busler, we love the conversation. Until next time, thank you so much. Dr. Michael Busler, an economist, public policy analyst, and, of course, our favorite local professor of finance, Stockton University. Thank you, Michael Busler. Really appreciate it.
Always my pleasure, Dawn.
Absolutely. So we'll continue the conversation. We're staying on time so we can make sure that we hit Zioli and Jimmy Fela. They're going to
might get bumped.
They're going to get, don't even say this.
I hate to say.
Don't even say this.
I mean, you don't want to bump the great Rich Zioli. And I know the producers are probably hesitant to do it, but we got RFK talking right now still.
Oh, my goodness.
Because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word.
Very true.
Who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the
Don, you alluded to earlier. Here's what you were talking about with the big pharma from Trump.
But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. Countries where they paid a small fraction of what for the same drug that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma, but again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing, but they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me, sirs, it was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all of our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded $15 billion, $17 billion.
So this is President Trump this Monday morning as we see great news for our country, the economy, and then the world economy as well. Will you stop with the silly? That's our beloved own
He's
Sean
stirring
Farish.
a lot today, though, Dawn. I'm sorry.
We love Sean Farish. Yeah, he's doing the search. He's really explaining in detail the history. He loves to explain the history of how hard he has fought for this day. And so when I look up at the monitors this morning, the one thing I see across the board, I see President Trump smiling. I think that if he could, he would high-five the Maha team, right, because they're thrilled with this announcement because they know how good this is for America. We'll see now what the pharmaceutical companies, because already they're pushing back on this, so we'll see as they continue those negotiations, hopefully bringing pharmaceutical companies and drug companies to the table and getting everybody on the same wavelength there. But he's headed to Saudi Arabia and just working at warp speed, if you will. We'll continue the conversation right around the corner. 855-839-1210. Got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. You've heard me talk a lot about Jonathan Cans, the grandson of a great military veteran hero who founded the company. They're a third-generation owned, family-run, local operation. Great, great guys. And I'm so grateful that I found them a year ago. So they, last year, came in, got us ready for winter. Now they got us ready for spring and summertime. But let's say you live in an older suburban home. I hope you consider a ductless unit. This is from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. This is what I have. They just installed this recently. Mitsubishi Electric, a terrific solution. I would say it's a perfect solution for a home, especially if you lack that important ductwork, and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries,
And when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute attention, and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
But it's called Most Favored Nation. We are going to pay the lowest price there is in the world. We will get whoever is paying the lowest price. That's the price that we're going to get. So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10 times more than another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations. That's what it is. One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle. But the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia. Wow. And 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot.
Think about that.
But think of that. So $40 versus $500 here.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Trump and the Trump administration now looking to lower U.S. drug prices, prescription prices. And so what does this mean for pharmaceutical companies? This is a sweeping change, a sweeping executive order that President Trump is signing this morning, has signed this morning. And so now really what this does is it puts the pressure on the pharmaceutical companies. It's now in their court. They have to react to this. And this is the genius of this administration of President Trump to say, okay, we're gonna sign this, and we're gonna hold this huge biggity big news conference, and now you all can respond, and so you can answer the questions of the American people as to why you think this is a bad thing to lower the prices for the prescriptions that we pay for. And look at the rest of the world; they don't have this. And so this has to do part of, it directs HHS, to give you a little detail. It directs HHS to set these targets for the drug price reductions. And this is for publicly insured health programs as well as private markets. Because I know that's the question you have. Is it just for people that are involved in the publicly insured health programs? Nope, it's for the private markets too. And it kicks off this round of negotiations between the government and the industry. But you see what Trump is doing. So in other words, he's holding the news conference. So immediately he puts the pharmaceuticals, right? They're at a disadvantage. And now they're playing defense. And that's really part of the genius of all of this. But we'll see the reaction as far as what drug companies might say or what the spin here is. But to me personally, I think this is good news in our country, and they will have to deal with it, and they'll have to really, what I think is they will have to explain what he calls unfair and discriminatory practices against Americans. How do you explain that? It automatically puts all the pharmaceutical companies on the defense, right? So I think that's a good thing.
I did snag some RFK if you wanted to hear from him as well.
Sure, I thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, what did you say?
I just want a program note that our very own Rich Zioli was scheduled to be on Fox News Live on this panel, and so I suspect they're just pushing him back. So when Rich, don't worry, you won't miss him. When Rich comes on, we'll take it at some point, unless of course they're pushing it off to another day. But
so, do you want to hear RFK's comments or the live? They're actually doing questions from reporters now.
Sure, go ahead. This is, I think it's might be NBC questioning
Hard
Trump.
to see if we can end that bloodbath. Okay, there shouldn't be too many questions. It's been covered pretty well.
Mr. President, thank you for taking questions. Two quick ones for you, starting on trade. If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
No, but they would go up substantially higher.
Okay. And then
You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course because of fentanyl and other things. But no, but they'd go substantially higher.
And then on Qatar, Mr. President,
I think you will have a deal, however.
Okay, you're confident that there will be a deal. On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, you know, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, you know, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane, it's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones. I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to, we will continue to, all of those countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think, a Boeing 707. It's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it. No.
Mr. President, on the hostage, you said that the release of the American hostage, Adam Alexander, is a step in good faith to end this war. Do you expect any progress, perhaps announcement on ceasefire during your trip to the Middle East?
We hope that we're going to have other hostages released too, as you know. So when I met with the hostages 3 weeks ago that were there for quite a while, you remember the 10 people that came in, mostly young people, 1 or 2 were a little bit older. They were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59. I said, that's a lot. I didn't realize, because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out, I think you will acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think one daughter in this case, but mostly sons are there, or husbands are there, those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, but came up to me when I first met her, and she said, sir, please get my son out. He's dead, but they have his body. And I asked her about that, and it's as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. It couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, you know, getting the bodies back is very important. That could be a thing having to do with the religion. It could be sent. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive. So they said 59. In fact, they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. But they came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, what does the 59 mean? They said, well, that means there are 59 people. But then they said, but 24 are living. Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Eitan today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
So President Trump just...
Are you open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're bringing the car business back into this country. We have commitments, and not only commitments, they've already started construction on many plants. They've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to build here because we have the market, and the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built, that are in the process of being built. And some are going through, some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by.
So think about,
and now they're under full renovation.
This is this is the Q&A portion of this live news conference. President Trump, and again, just transparent, riffing with these reporters as they ask the questions. I'll tell you that as far as New Jersey's own Adon Alexander, who was 18, just graduated from high school in New Jersey, and had, sadly, had been over in Israel October 7th during that terror attack. 584, this is the day, 584 days later. You think about the hostages, and we now learn from the president that out of the 59 who are the hostages being held, only 21 are alive. And that means after Adon Alexander is returned, that will leave only 20 alive. But we learn that they're dying. I mean, they've been held 584 days as he tries to negotiate the end of this horrible hostage situation, which should be in the headlines. It's a sin that it's not. Just want to point that out to you. His mother, Yale, heading to Gaza to the border for his release. And we know that Steve Witkoff, of course, chief negotiator there, was so instrumental in this situation. So we look forward to that homecoming of New Jersey's and America's Adon Alexander, last living American, to be returned today. That's going on as President Trump details this. So we'll talk about much more and get your take as we think about what's happening. It's really a glorious Monday morning, isn't it? And what can the pundits possibly say? Oh, they're finding something to talk negative about. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. Dawn Stensland reporting. We're going to be right back. We'll talk about my friends at Chapman Windows Doors. You've heard me talk about Chapman for years now. I think the world of the Chapman family team. They are people of integrity. Mike and Mark Chapman, they started their business some 30 years ago in Chester County and going strong. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, I'm telling you right now, this is the perfect time. You got to do it. Chapman is offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, which is a beautiful thing. Also, the Certainteed vinyl siding, just gorgeous. Siding, you know this. Siding it's not just for the aesthetic curb appeal. It acts as that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. And like I say, with more than 30 years experience, the Chapmans, they complete every single project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference as I have. Now you can experience it for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call them. Text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour. See the before and after photos. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So the breaking news we have right now, as President Trump officially is about to sign that executive order that we've talked about. And so this has to do with cutting the drug prices. What fascinates me is that this morning we thought the big breaking news story was, trade deal that they've agreed. China and the U.S. have reached this trade deal over the weekend. But if you look at what President Trump, let's just listen in real quick as he's talking.
Now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%? It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or $400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully, sir.
So President Trump is signing that. So essentially what he's describing is basically a barter. That's what because they're all negotiating, apparently. So if, in fact, they're negotiating a barter, I would still say the way to get around this whole thing is just get congressional approval, right? Because you can accept a barter in a negotiation as long as it gets the congressional approval. That's what I'm just going to point that out, that this is real easy. They can just get the congressional approval. It's a barter deal rather than cash, as they're talking about these trade deals or what have you. And then I think that's easier to understand. By the way, here in Pennsylvania, we are in the Commonwealth, we allow the bartering, right? You can barter. So that's how they should, I think, describe this. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what's going on in Pennsylvania. We'll talk to our Middle East expert Ruthie Bloom, as that's a breaking news story with the return of Adon Alexander and what that means as far as will this gesture, speaking of gestures, a goodwill gesture by Hamas, bring forth the beginning of a peace deal in the Middle East? And then also, what about peace between Russia and Ukraine? We'll talk about all of this moving forward. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here this Monday morning. We'll be right back.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. If your dad is a Philly sports fan, I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier on July 12th. I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly. And it's in New Jersey. Saturday, July 12th on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Since early this morning, the neighbors and the community of Adnan Alexander, by the hundreds, gathering at Hyler Park to watch as across the world, literally across the world, his family arriving in Israel for the Jersey natives' expected and promised release by Hamas. You think about this young man, he was 18, a teenager, just graduated from his high school, and that was 584 days ago. He has been a hostage. Why this is not a top story, why every network, every American news organization does not have this kid's picture up top and counting the days of an American kid, teenager, held hostage by a foreign entity, why that is not a top story every single day, but especially on this day, that's a sin, and that tells you bias by omission by the so-called mainstream media right there. But all of these people, by the hundreds, they've been gathered. They have a large screen in the park broadcasting the latest news. Music is playing, signs supporting Alexander. And so in different languages, right, whether they're praying, whether they're singing together, whether they're offering support for his family. Now, the latest is that obviously U.S. Special Envoy for Hostage Response Adam Bowler is involved with this, as he's now 21 years old. He was 18, just turning 19. Believed to be the last living American hostage captured by Hamas 584 days ago during that terrorist attack. We just learned this morning, President Trump says after Adnan is returned, there will only be 20 living hostages, although 59 in total, and their families begging that the bodies will be returned of the dead.
Third, I'm very happy to announce that Adnan Alexander, an American citizen who until recently most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who has done a fantastic job. I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent.
And so I know that we will be welcoming in our friend Ruthie Bloom, who, of course, is a co-host of Israel Undiplomatic, and certainly is an American-Israeli journalist, columnist, highly respected editor of the former editor of the Jerusalem Post, somebody who we've turned to get the inside look beyond the headlines. So let's say good morning now to our friend Ruthie Bloom. Good morning, Ruthie.
Hello, Dawn. It's actually late afternoon in Israel, early evening, and we're waiting. Apparently, in about a half an hour, Adnan Alexander is going to be at the checkpoint where the Red Cross hands him over to Israel.
And this is incredible. And just to set the scene for you, in North Jersey, his community is gathered by the hundreds, huge crowd that's growing by the minute. Started actually in the dark, right as the sun rose here on the East Coast. And so they are just praying. They have pictures of him. They are supporting him and watching on big screens to see the moment and celebrate the moment that he is released. And I know his mom is there as well. Just your thoughts as you think about worldwide the meaning of Idan's return and what this means to you personally, but as well as we hope for peace and the return of the other 20 living hostages.
Yes, well, what it means for me is it's a reminder of how bloodthirsty, what bloodthirsty barbarians Hamas terrorists are, and all jihadis in the world. They have no compassion, no humanity, nor do they care about their fellow Gazans. They put them in harm's way all the time, and they kill them for trying to get food from the humanitarian aid that enters Gaza. So Idan's release is a reminder of that, because Hamas also released 2 horrifying hostage videos in which Idan appeared, hungry, thin, pale, suffering like crazy and weeping. And these propaganda videos that Hamas releases, the focus of them is always bring me home and end the war. In other words, leave Hamas in power. Now, another horrific thing is at one point, Hamas said, well, we would return Idan Alexander because he has American citizenship, but we don't know where he is. We lost track of him. I mean, so, talk about torturing families. But that's part of the psychological warfare that's in addition to the literal warfare that they use.
And when I know that, we've talked about media coverage and American media coverage. On one hand, we have President Trump making this, of course, a priority. And in fact, flipping the Jewish American vote. Many American Jews who were traditionally Democrat voters voted for Trump this time because they felt that their traditional supposed Democrat Party maybe turned a back on American Jews with the level of anti-Semitism, with a lack of leadership with regard to this hostage situation that just is unending. And so could you I wonder what your perspective internationally is, just to give us that, what people are saying, for example, in Israel or other countries, as opposed to the coverage that Americans are seeing.
Well, it's interesting because there are many similarities between the media in Israel and the media in America, both being, liberal democracies. Mm-hmm. So what you have is a split. The way you do in the United States. Now, in the United States, in Israel as well, I would even call it a 3-way split, if you want to know. Mm-hmm. So you have the Democrats who enabled anti-Semitism to explode all over the United States on campuses, in high schools, even in kindergartens. They also, the Biden administration, withheld arms from Israel, etc. But you also have within the Republican Party a split between the MAGA Republicans who believe in isolationism and the MAGA Republicans who believe that making America great again, one aspect of that is showing the world's enemies who's the boss. And so it's the peace through strength tenet. And that is something that President Trump believes in, as does Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, in Israel, what you have right now is this split between the Israelis who say, let's just end the war and get all the hostages out and we'll worry about Hamas at another time. And the other Israelis who say, as horrible as it is that the hostages are in danger, we need to win this war desperately, because otherwise the message is that the way to bring Israel and the West to its knees is to kidnap people, rape, behead, slaughter, and then kidnap people. And then all you have to do is wait for the West that cares about people to try to figure out how to get the hostages home. You can't have that situation. It's a terrible situation. So here, the media in Israel, most of the media, as in America, is on the left. And so they're very anti-Netanyahu. And one of the messages they keep conveying is that it's Netanyahu's fault that the hostages are suffering, not Hamas's. So I think you can see similar things in America as well, blaming Trump for things that are not his fault and not giving him credit for those things that he deserves credit for. Would you say that was an accurate description of the American media?
Yes, definitely. But I mean, Ruthie Bloom, I know that you've talked on JNS and Israel Undiplomatic as talking about growing U.S. isolationism and the concern about Iranian aggression, because let's just be clear, it's sometimes in the headlines we say Hamas, but we have to remember who is behind a lot of this. And so can you speak to that?
Oh, of course. Of course. Iran is the head of the octopus. Okay, Iran has its proxies all over the world, and Hamas is one of them. And so, yes, Iran has to be the main target, although, of course, we have to focus on the immediate problem of Gaza, which is right very, very close to us. It's not only along our border, but even where I'm sitting in Tel Aviv right now, if I got in a car and drove, I could be in Gaza in an hour and a half, okay? I mean, I can be in Gaza as the way someone in New Jersey could get to Manhattan, all right? That's how close it all is here. So it's very immediate, but Iran is definitely the target. Now, we know President Trump is trying to broker a better deal than the JCPOA, created by the Obama administration. Now, it's true that I don't believe you can make a good deal with Iran because they're liars and killers, and I don't think that a deal you make with them, as good as it is, one thing Trump is excellent at is making deals, but, these are radical Islamists who have an agenda, and peace is not on it. So, but I will say that Trump has been extremely clear about it. He said either you denuclearize, in a friendly way. In other words, you dismantle your own nuclear program, or we'll do it. We'll have to do it in a more forceful way. And he did say that. So I think right now we're all waiting with bated breath to see what's coming of all of this. Also because Qatar is also radical Islamist, and Qatar has been supposedly mediating these hostage releases, but you see, Qatar funds Hamas. So it's not, it's an interested party in keeping the hostages in Gaza. So it's all very, very tricky.
Yes. Well, we'll leave it there. I know we have it hard out with you, Ruthie Bloom, as we certainly pray for the safe return home of Adon Alexander and as well his family to come home. What a Mother's Day gift, right? For his mom, the day after Mother. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ruthie Bloom, thank you so much. I know you've got to go, and we appreciate your time as we know that there's there are communities, of course, across the United States, but in particular, thanks for finding that, Dan, as we look at this scene in Hyler Park on a beautiful morning, and they've been out there for hours.
You want to hear them singing?
Sure.
Well, I thought I had them singing. Oh, here we go.
Singing and praying. So as those crowds, the crowd is just getting larger and larger, and singing and praying and very hopeful. So we'll await that moment when Adon is in his mother's arms. This is the Dawn Show. Dawn Stensland here, 855-839-1210. Our executive producer, Dan Borowski. Of course, Jimmy Kelly, our engineer. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a moment where, in many ways, I have no doubt that in North Jersey and around the world, people are just kind of, it's like you hold your breath and say a prayer that nothing goes wrong here with Adon Alexander. So we'll bring you that moment, of course, when he's returned and Hamas has said this is a good faith or a goodwill type effort. And I will say this, that we had to go because I know we had a tough, we had a strict out with Ruthie Bloom, but what I think she was alluding to with regard to Qatar is that this is the same country that has been helping to facilitate some of the negotiations with the terrorists. But on the other side of this, they were, remember, until fairly recently, it was in their country that Hamas's quote unquote headquarters was located. And then as well, when we talk to our, lawyers at Lawfare and other organizations, they say that Qatar is the one funding, and I'm talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars within universities for an anti-Israel kind of narrative, toward our educational facilities. And so that's the back and forth. That's why this is tricky, and that's why it's tricky when you hear President Trump defending the fact that he would take a so-called flying palace, a luxury plane from that particular country. Why I think it's, I'll just say, mildly irksome to some, including Greg Stocker all morning. But I'll put that, it's low on my totem pole this morning just because there's so much breaking and there's so much. To me, this is look, if you're Donald J. Trump, it's a good day, right? Yeah. You're returning home a hostage and hopefully negotiating the quick release of the 20 others who are still alive. You are, you're really succeeding in beginning what he's calling an economic revolution, and that includes things like lower drug prices for Americans. And so I don't know how you deny that this is a good day in America. Is there any bad news?
The plane.
The plane.
The plane. I'm against the plane, and it's for the sole reason that nobody's talking about the security risks of accepting a plane from a potential, nefarious country. Like, I don't think our nation's leaders should be riding in a gift from Qatar, to be quite honest, for the sole sake of security.
So who should ride in it?
Nobody. I mean, we should have our own. We should develop our own plane, and if Boeing wants to get in on it or whatever, then we do it the American way. But to give the control of purchase to a foreign government that we're not so fond of, I just feel like it's asking for problems.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's maybe for the plane and so-called Air Force One. I will just say this, that I always find it ironic when people say, well, why do we trust China too? And then you fill in the blank. But the truth is, we learned during the pandemic that, for example, the prescription meds that most Americans take, that little pill that you take, yeah, guess where it was made? China. China makes the vast majority of our pharmaceuticals, among other things. And so if we want to go down that road, and that's why when we say isolationist, I don't know, I still would say, I still would push back on the fact that anybody would say that, Trump or that Americans are isolationists, because it's impossible. You look at where our stuff is made, it's made all over the world. And especially the prescription medications that you go to a pharmacy and you pop a pill and you don't even think about it, but that prescription meds that people take, right, or shoot up or whatever that is, intravenous, it's mostly made or processed someplace else. So who are you going to trust? And what are their motivations?
Yeah.
The president has any plans to meet with any of the folks involved with any of the family businesses over there, or see any of the sites that are going to be...
Sorry, I thought I had a different clip there, Dawn.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Yeah, there were so many news conferences this morning. And so, but certainly the one that is making the headlines, Trump was asked a lot about this, and he called out whoever asked, was it ABC? Whoever asked the question, he called them fake news. It is a legitimate question to ask the Trump administration and President Trump, are you going to accept this luxury so-called flying palace, Boeing 747-8, as a donation from the Qatari royal family? And then how does that work? And you heard him saying it would not be his personally. It would be the government would own it. It would go to the Trump library, and he talks about the Reagan library. So Trump you can already tell he's planning an amazing, believe me, the best ever, the Trump Presidential Library. You know what I mean?
Could you imagine, on a side note, having a plane like that in there? Yeah. But,
so...
sorry, I did queue up the correct clip, and you actually knew exactly where I was going with that. Here's what I tried playing. This is him with ABC News.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why
it's
not?
only ABC. Well, a few of you would.
Fake news.
Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. There was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer.
Yeah, you want to go?
He talks about Sam Snead.
Sam
But basically, here's the thing about this I'm going to say. What he's describing, and this is the first time that I got this information. What he's describing is they're at a negotiating table, so they're negotiating different things. And I said this before, if he's talking about a barter, so rather than cash, you're going to take a plane or you're going to take a whatever, then that's different. I'm just saying, I believe the way to get around this, I believe the way is that if the Congress approves such a barter or any deal with another country, boom, then it goes away.
Shouldn't that be a barter, though, for the American taxpayers, not for the benefit of an individual?
That's exactly. So that's what he's saying.
Okay.
I mean, I know that I'm going to be accused of Trump-splaining, but I believe that what he's saying...
I need it here personally a little bit. So what's he saying?
What I believe that Trump is saying is that he is saying this is a negotiation as they talk about different trade deals, oil, whatever, and that the American taxpayers would get a jet as barter as opposed to cash. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, let's say in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I know you're a New Jersey resident, you're allowed to barter, and you're not taxed on it, by the way, but you're allowed to barter with somebody. So let's say you say, and this goes back to the Amish, and you say, well, I'm an Amish farmer, and I'll give you these eggs and these crops, and you know how to fix the plumbing, so we can barter back and forth. That's, I think, what he's talking about. Again, he's saying it benefits the American taxpayer, so just let Congress approve the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then it's not a controversy. It's not him.
I'm actually looking at this. It's about 30 years old. Current Air Force One, first flown in 1987. A lot of articles, even back in 2015, an article by Popular Mechanics. President's plane surprisingly old. Its replacement still years away. So it looks like, I guess, it's time for a replacement anyway. So the bill would then obviously be with the taxpayer. So what you're saying is this would supplant a very big bill that we're going to be faced with here soon, inevitably because of the age of Air Force One.
So, by the way, the Qatari government and the royal family, they have denied that this is a gift. They're saying the transfer of the aircraft is, quote, would be for temporary use, and they confirmed that it was under discussion. So it would be donated to Trump's presidential library at the end of his term, but it would not be considered a gift. It's a gesture. And I guess, see, this is where I guess Zioli always says the lawyers always win, but it's worth a reported $400 million. And it still needs to be retrofitted and then cleared by security officials. So
I hope
Democrats
they do a good
are
job of clearing that thing, man. I say I really hope they do a good job of clearing that thing, the security officials that you just said. I just that's my biggest concern with the whole thing. It's not necessarily the political implications, but the safety implications of allowing this kind of power to a foreign adversary.
Well, you know what? I think we should be on the security team. We should just ride around a little bit. You know what I mean? Just like as a sacrifice to our nation. I'm willing to donate my time to, make sure that it's secure. We could just fly around.
Yeah, we'll take
fly
a couple
here,
flights.
fly there.
I heard Aruba has a nice airport that needs to be checked out. Yeah.
Fly to Italy. Take a little, we could take, our Amalfi group and our Italian Riviera group and what the heck, Dom's.
Yeah, we'll test it out.
Dom's Sicily group. We'll just like, what do you say? We all volunteer our valuable time to make sure that this $400 million flying palace, that it's up to par.
John,
what do you think?
I mean, John asks on YouTube, how would they clear it? Are they going to take the whole thing apart, or just?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they have to test it out.
Yeah, but
they would have to clear it. I don't know.
I don't want to be that guy. Maybe I watch too much Mission Impossible, but say,
oh, please,
like they can make it so they know who's flying in there, and then just, I only state it because of the serious nature of what could happen here. It's scary to me.
It is.
It is.
Are you really? I'm not scared, but I'm not scared.
Taking a jet from
I'm so confident that I'm
taking
serious.
a cat. No, tell them.
I'm so confident. I'm willing for the next year. We could even broadcast live. We could hook up with Starlink.
Yeah.
We could do the Dawn Show live from the Flying Palace.
There you go. I like it.
You could all call me the princess and call Dan the prince, and we could pretend, and we could just fly around. Get Maisie up there. Get your dog. We could have the whole. We could have a reality TV show, and we're just checking out the security. That's how confident I am that it's fully secure.
But not only the security. Let me add this caveat too. You're giving power for them to hide a GPS transmitter so they can know where the president is at every single moment. Sometimes,
Dan, look at his schedule.
We know
where he is.
But still,
He's the most.
I just,
we know.
Why? If he's such a good negotiator, then negotiate a cash compensation and send it to Boeing, send it to some of our Lockheed Martin, and let's develop it 100% here on American soil, and let's not have Qatar any ability to touch it whatsoever besides the cash.
All right. Well, I mean, look, the Democrats are having a field day with this. They say this is a huge no-no, that they have ethical problems with it. So we'll see where this goes. I know that Laura Loomer, for some reason, everybody's giving her a lot of credence, but Laura Loomer basically said, I love you, President Trump, but this is a no-no. So everybody has a different take. Caroline Leavitt, I think Caroline yesterday had commented on this, said any gift given by a foreign government is always accepted in full compliance with all applicable laws. And President Trump's administration is committed to full transparency. That's what Caroline Leavitt put out yesterday. So I'm inferring that this is not going to happen without congressional approval. I'm just saying. That's where I think this is going. 855-839-1210. Man, there's so much breaking news this morning. We'll get to all of it, and we'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Clouds will be on the increase today ahead of our next storm system. It'll be very warm with a high temperature well above average at 82. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy. Chance for a shower overnight, low 62. And for Tuesday, cloudy and cooler with rain at times with a high near 70.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, we do have a developing story. I've talked about this previously as this developing story continues. Local schools, as somebody who I had interviewed a while back and now is taking a school fight and a fight for values and parental rights here in Pennsylvania directly to the Trump administration. So I know that thankfully, this was the Daily Wire had featured the story. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate a couple of the parents, including one who I know well in this particular district. This is Chadds Ford, Unionville Chadds Ford School District. This is Chester County. And this is a father and many parents who have become very upset with what's going on in their school district. So this was a survey asking young kids about things like what they think about genderqueer and other terminology such as that. And this is a real battle with their local school district. They're in Unionville Chadds Ford School District, allowing this individual known as a genderqueer witch to you remember the story? That that was a person who identified as a genderqueer witch to distribute a survey that was really loaded with all these sexual terms, and parents have pushed back and said this is just not age appropriate, and why are you doing this? And so at this point, they're saying this started in 2 years ago this month. And this was without any parental consent whatsoever. And so parents had said, what in the heck is going on here? These kids are, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, and this survey is not appropriate. So now they're putting this before the Justice Department and asking the Trump administration to please investigate this as far as the specific school district, as well as the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, saying that the Commonwealth should be investigated, the school district should be investigated, as well as the Pennsylvania Department of Education, they're saying should be investigated. And so this is something that I just want to follow up with you, and I always appreciate when parents give me a heads up on what's going on. But it's something that I had done interviews, going back a couple years now, and so it looks like the Trump administration and this particular Justice Department will, in fact, look at this and see if how this particular situation, taking such a survey, and was it in violation, for example, of parental rights here in Pennsylvania. We've seen President Trump sign these executive orders, try to deal with this stuff. And we're still seeing, by the way, you think, I know that the Dom show is going to, I think, have more on this, but I've done a ton on the issue of, for example, girls and women's rights and girls as athletes being respected and having rights, locker room rights, privacy rights. So there are so many different rights issues, civil rights issues, whereby even though President Trump signed all those executive orders day one or the first week in office, we're still seeing school districts push back on all of these executive orders. That's what you're seeing. And then it'll make its way into the courts. And so will they be put in violation? And will then the Trump administration, for example, in this district in Chester County, for example, would they be threatened with some kind of sanctions or pulling federal money or pulling different grant programs? And so that's where the money matters.
I'm sorry, did you say genderqueer witch?
That was how the individual who went in the school, who was a guest, like a guest speaker, had identified themselves.
Is witch a gender now?
You know what? I have no idea.
I'm so confused at this point.
I know. Can you imagine? Oh, how was your school day, honey? Good. Well, what did you do? Well, we had a witch. You mean what do you mean, like Wizard of Oz? No, a genderqueer witch. What's that? I don't know. What is that, Mom?
Let's
what
ask,
is that, Dad?
what is a genderqueer?
I know.
Let's see if Google AI knows. A person who practices witchcraft and identifies as genderqueer. Yeah, well, thank you. I guess that's obvious, right? I didn't know people were still practicing witchcraft, though.
I guess.
Yeah? But that's been long proven wrong?
I don't. You know what? Honest to God, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. I mean, but I just think the parents have had it. They've absolutely had it. The parent who lives in the district, who's the one being named and the one who's speaking out and just calling on Trump's DOJ to investigate, is Chad Williams. So he still is a parent in the district, and he says no one has been held accountable for the distribution of those surveys, which were not appropriate, And he says that actually this was a violation of state and federal privacy laws. So he says, look, you got to investigate this. I would agree, investigate it. And so good for him. I just think that parents, when you talk about parental rights, and this is a huge issue for the upcoming election that will decide New Jersey's next governor, I think this parental rights issue is a winning one for Trump and for Republicans in general, because I think any parent is going to say, well, of course we have parental rights. And then you have to ask, well, have you looked at what's happening? Do you even understand that your parental rights are being violated by a lot of school districts?
Like with witches?
I mean, that just,
it's just
right?
nuts.
It's, you know what? If you told me years ago, think about that we would be saying this, you'd say, nah, that's crazy. This is like an SNL skit or something.
Yes.
Right?
It
You
should
never
be.
believe it could be true. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh. A witch.
It's upside down.
We have
land.
witches going into school. Self-identifying witches going into schools
Yes.
teaching our children.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Not like make-believe Wizard of Oz, because that's what you think. I don't know.
Like, do they dress up with like the? I guess so, right?
I
you
think
gotta
this-
you gotta wear like the Wiccan like
Yeah.
logos.
I don't
and-
even think it's Wiccan, though. I don't even know what it is,
No.
to be really honest. But of all your choices, do you know what I'm saying? I think that's what the parents were going like, well, just time out. Wait a minute. How do you choose, this particular individual? I think one of my pieces of coverage was actually with Beth Ann Rossica about this. I think we had a discussion about it. But in any event, it's not a good look. And I think a lot of parents just said, what in the world are you guys doing? And again, at a time when we've had, first of all, why would we have these surveys? But second of all, at a time when our reading scores and math scores, even in Chester County, even in this particular school district, which is an excellent school district, why would you focus on this?
So she's a practitioner, astrologer, and rune reader.
Okay.
Regularly hosts meetups for queer witches.
There
Yeah.
you have it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. I don't. So I have nothing against. I don't have a bias.
That's very kind
I
of
don't
you.
have like an anti-witch bias thing. I'm just saying, there are lots of, I don't know, interesting role models that you could choose to speak to children or whatever.
Most of the survey recipients were around 14 years old, asked about their gender identity and whether they'd ever been pressured into a sexual act or whether someone had pressured them into doing something sexual, among many other things.
Huh. There you go. 14. So, I know in high school, if they're seniors, and there are some really great programs, and Beth Ann Rossica has profiled, there's some wonderful groups that talk to young people and especially teens in high school, maybe 14 to 18, talking about, abuse and that sort of thing. And those are good conversations to have, to talk about your rights and your body, and you have a right to say no, and if somebody's touching you inappropriately, what you can do. All those are good programs. I'm just saying, why wouldn't you, no matter what, just reach out to parents? Hey, we're going to have a special speaker and ask your kid, and if anybody wants to opt out, but they never do that because it just feels like there's another underlying agenda, and that's a shame. That's really a shame. So I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. So you never had a genderqueer witch or any witch visit your school?
No, never. Can't say I have.
Yeah, I never did either.
I did have like wombats.
Wombats?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I had an alligator one time, but never genderqueer
Like
witch.
show and tell?
Yeah, no, it was like one of those like Steve Irwin types that would
Good
come
boy.
in and let us see their animals. It was pretty cool. Yeah.
We'll take a break. Get your thoughts. 855-839-1210.
Got to hear about those great cars, Dawn.
Oh, we got to talk about Piazza Premium Automobiles. I'm thrilled with my HRV. Was at Philadelphia Honda, Piazza Honda, that is. And I love my vehicle. It's so sporty. And yes, I'm officially out of I'm no longer a minivan mom, which is so weird. And then on top of it, to have my, high school age kid, hey mom, can I have the car keys? Because he loves it. So that's that's another problem. And I did not think about it. I didn't think about this, that, your teen never wants to take your minivan, but now that I'm out of the minivan, he wants to take the sporty little HRV. So kind of got to deal with that one. I digress. Let me talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features, which are powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
United Tire and Service. They take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advance wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So the breaking news officially within the past 8 minutes, it is official that Israel officials confirm the handover of Adon Alexander, who is a New Jersey native, from Hamas to the Red Cross, had begun, and that was 8 minutes ago. Israeli-American hostage Adon Alexander, as we've been reporting, handed to the American Red Cross in Gaza. He's 21 years old right now, and he was serving in an elite infantry unit on the border with Gaza when he was captured by those terrorists and taken hostage during the October 7th attacks. So remember, of the 251 hostages, we've had the numbers that 59 hostages remain held by the Hamas terrorists who took them hostage. That was 584 days ago. We learned the latest numbers from President Trump just this morning, hours ago, that 21 were alive. That would include Edan. So now that he has been returned, or at least that exchange is underway, if you will, he's with the Red Cross right now, then what that means is there are 20 hostages alive, but 59 in total. In other words, the majority, we're talking about the bodies of the victims, where the families still want them. And President Trump, we played that earlier live, where President Trump talked about the fact that he frequently talks with the families, the parents of these hostages or the family members, and they desperately, yes, even want the dead body of their loved one so they can have proper burial. And of course, this is important in the Jewish faith, that you have a proper burial.
I said I do have the audio of Trump if you wanted that.
That's okay. We played it earlier.
We're running short on time here.
So we were running out of time, but we did play that earlier. So certainly there are prayers this morning for the other 20, that the other 20, some of whom we've learned from President Trump are in, quote, bad shape. And we know that the number we had been hearing for a long time was that there were 24 alive, okay? And so this morning we learned from Trump that several had clearly passed away. And so these individuals in, quote, bad shape are dying. And this is why this is an urgent situation, as President Donald J. Trump now, he is headed to the Middle East, where he begins that visit tomorrow. So this is an active situation as we think about what's happening with President Trump front and center. He's gotten at least a peace deal temporarily for 90 days, or I should say a trade deal done with China. That's a headline. And then the other big headline this morning, making this major MAHA, Make America Healthy Again announcement, and that has to do with lowering your drug prices. And at the same time, he's headed to the Middle East, where he's hoping to broker a deal for peace in the Middle East, and as well between Russia and Ukraine. And so all of this happening front and center. There's so much going on today as we think about international politics weighing heavily on all of us. But this, as the backdrop, I will say, is that the stock market today, the Dow just skyrocketing more than 1,000 points. And so with this handover, with this hostage return, obviously the Red Cross, they will transfer Edan Alexander so that he'll get medical treatment. His family is there as well. He'll be reunited. And as I said earlier, what an incredible, I can't think of another or a better Mother's Day gift than to have your son return to your arms. Oh my God, what a gift. And so this, as President Trump keeps on working and heads to the Middle East. So that's front and center as we think about.
It's been a crazy busy day.
My goodness. The entire morning, I mean, since 4:30 this morning, the breaking news has been nonstop since 4:30 a.m. And I promise you, even by the end of the Dom show, by 3 p.m., we're probably going to see more breaking news happening throughout the day. It's incredible.
So much breaking news at dawn. I never even heard. How's your brunch?
Well, you know what? I'm still recovering from this. Like, I'm on penicillin and all of that.
So you didn't brunch?
We did. We did go to brunch, but we were outside, and we made it quick.
Did Larry get his eggs Benedict?
He did.
Oh.
So thank you to the Bluebell Inn. We love you.
What'd you get?
Amazing. I did. I love. You know what? They had salmon.
Wait.
I love this because you know my throat is so sore.
You can't do salmon for breakfast.
I did.
What?
I love salmon.
Yeah. You're a salmon
I'm a
nut.
salmon girl.
Like,
Yeah.
what time are we talking here? Are we talking an early brunch or a late
this
brunch?
was I think this was like 11ish or something. But
No,
no, I
you-
did.
If
my throat
AM's
is
in
so
the time,
sore.
you can't have salmon.
And they had this ice cream with like this warm peach cobbler thing.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
So anything that was soothing to the throat, because I have this.
Did you have mimosas?
No.
Oh, what?
I'm on all kinds of meds.
So you go to a
I
brunch,
couldn't.
you don't have mimosas, and you order a dinner. I guess it's Mother's Day. You
I
can do
know.
whatever the hell
It's
you
mo-
want.
That's
so,
right. It's
yeah.
Mother's Day. I did love, and we were all texting each other back and forth and social media. And I was sorry on Friday that I did have to leave and go to the doctor. So we'll have to talk about Mother's Day and our tributes to our moms. Because I was going to ask, Jimmy Kelly and you and everybody to do our mom's tribute, so we'll do that. There was so much breaking news, we couldn't even do it today.
No.
It's crazy.
I'm happy you're on the mend, though.
Thank
and doing
you.
better. Well, I guess you got your big present last week, and that was that beautiful Honda.
The
huh?
Piazza
I was
Honda.
going to ask what you got, but we already know
sporty.
that.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure that Dom treated Roe to an incredible
Well, now
Mother's
hold on.
Day
Before we
treat.
go there, I got to get Dom's
What?
opinion on this. So,
What?
Dom,
Yeah.
we just had this reveal that
Yeah.
Dawn went for brunch yesterday. For
I heard
Mother's
it.
Day. Yeah.
You're too much of a stickler on brunch.
No,
That's
no,
my
I
opinion.
know I'm a stickler on brunch, but salmon for breakfast, Dom?
No, that's not the problem. The Bluebell Inn, it's the pancake guy, that thin pancake guy.
No pancakes, Dawn.
Oh, my God, that's the world's best pancake.
Yum.
Yeah, they're great.
Well, hold on, but Dom, you're an
Pancakes, French toast.
like Dom. I don't think you understand, Dawn. You have a salmon nut over here in Dom.
Yeah, I would.
And final
yes,
verdict.
That's a bad choice. Sorry. All right. By the way, Ro did well. Luke took her out with me, and then we went to Smithville.
Nice.
Which, oh my God, the first 30 seconds. Card alert. MasterCard alert. Stop this.
Yeah, so
There's
many kitschy
50
things.
stores here. Come on.
Well, you got your Christmas decorations now, right?
Oh, God, yes. Garden decorations, kitchen decorations. So, Dawn, who knows what will happen next year. But Linda Kearns had a big score. She's coming up at 1 o'clock. And Scott Presler, the Inquirer, says Democrats are afraid of him in the judicial races. They should be.
It's a great Dom show just ahead.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, good Monday, everyone. It is Dom time. So, yes, there is a lot of breaking news. We got a great side question today. The Eagles play the Cowboys in the very first game. I'll give you that side question coming up. You want to start the week, get your name into the hat. In order of importance, I still think the China situation is the biggest to start with President Trump and Scott Bessent right there in the center of the ring. Now, the thing I'm looking for with China, though, is not so much, although this is a blessing that we actually seem to have gotten some kind of parity going here. What I'm looking for, though, ultimately, and that's going to be the tough work, is to take the medical supplies away from them and make them here. That would be one of the greatest legacies of President Trump. But we have a 90-day cooling off period, if you will. And Bessent, well, Bessent's kind of buttoned up, the Secretary of Treasury. This is cut 14, though. And here's what he unloaded about the difference. And the difference, could there be a bigger contrast? I mean, I'm trying to think of who would come up to the Trump level of action. And the only one that you can think of that would have done it this early on and almost be moving would be FDR. The first 100 days, Great Depression and all that. But FDR didn't have the energy, the style, the out there, the flooding the zone that I could see that Trump did. But he's the only one that would compare. And who would compare to Biden as being completely not there? Well, by the same ground, no one. It's that bad. The contrast, boy, may you live to follow a Biden should be the watchword, a guy like Biden. Here's what Scott Bessent said, the Chinese said about Biden, how they were playing it with him.
What has to happen is it has to be fair for the American people. But in January 2020, President Trump produced a template. We had an excellent trade agreement with China, and the Biden administration chose not to enforce it. The Chinese delegation basically told us that once President Biden came into office, they just ignored their obligations. So, we all already have a large framework. The other thing to remember here, Jonathan, is that this is a pause down to 10%. The April 2nd level for China is 34%. So we will be working to see where their final reciprocal number ends up. And the negotiations are a combination of tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, currency manipulation, and subsidies of labor and capital.
All right. So all good on that front. Now, look, I'm not going to, I'm going to monitor this. This is a big deal. This is very good. Here's what Bessent said about the Chinese and fentanyl. And I'm going to take a wait and see on this. Just because he says it, et cetera, you know who we're dealing with here with fentanyl and the Chinese and the conciliatory things they say, and then we know what happens. All right, so here's the Treasury Secretary talking about engagement with the Chinese over fentanyl.
This does not include any sector-specific tariffs that have been put across all of our trading partners. And as the ambassador said, I think he would agree with me that the upside surprise for me from this weekend was the level of Chinese engagement on the fentanyl crisis in the United States. They brought the Deputy Minister for Public Safety, who is not traditionally part of the trade team or the negotiating team, and he had a very robust and highly detailed discussion.
All right, we will see. So, we cannot just brush off just because this initial thrust, though, is very good. Now, my hope is what's going to happen here, I would predict by the end of the week, certainly by Memorial Day, there are going to be a lot of countries now seeing this signal with China that line up and make deals, like the UK. India, I don't know what's holding it up. Well, maybe the Pakistan thing, but you got to think India is going to make a deal. The other big news is the drug pricing. And this has long been rumored that President Trump would do this. And I'm on board with it. And we can point to outrageous examples of drug pricing, certain cornerings of the market, certain things that happen. Now, the Wall Street Journal is already saying, well, this is what Democrats would do. Here is RFK Jr. though calling out Dan. I don't have the number quite here. But it's toward the end. Here's RFK Jr. calling out Elizabeth Warren and Bernie and the others who constantly talk about this. But when Democrats were in power, when they had everything, they didn't do what Trump just did this morning. They did not lower drug costs.
But he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country 11.
Okay. All right. So went through a lot of statistics there. The only thing I object to, and look, I know some of this is coming off the vaccines, off COVID, et cetera, is I'm still in the camp. And this is the correct action to try to bring this to heel. And it shames the Democrats who couldn't get it done. But when we talk about big pharma, pricing, et cetera, I get a little bit with RFK Jr. when we start in on drug companies are making us take drugs and all that. And President Trump talked about this big fat guy. I'll play that in a second here, who's a friend of his and a big businessman and got the fat shot. Here's what Trump said about this unknown person that he said we would know that is taking, he didn't say which drug. Excuse me, Dan?
I just said I got it.
Okay, here we go.
So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And
Which
he called
one?
me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said,
My God.
I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart, good person, too. And we argued about it for about half hour. And then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me.
I put that in the top 10 wildest calls of the guy in London and the fat shot. It's, my God. Okay. All right, so those are the two big stories of the day. Now, locally, I love this story, and Linda Kearns is going to be here at 1 o'clock today to break it down. You remember back to the election cycle, threatening letters were sent out. Somehow or another, they knew these were Trump supporters, all kinds of threats. And the argument before the court was that local law enforcement in Lower Merion and Tredyffrin Township didn't do anything to investigate this attempt at voter intimidation. Happens all the time. It wouldn't surprise me. They're both big liberal citadels. So Linda Kearns got involved. And what's happened now is This is just really a stunning story. The judge has essentially given subpoena power, issue subpoenas to the following entities and individuals because we want to know who did it. And they're saying, well, we're not going to help you. That's too hard. The election's over. No. You're not getting away with anything, is what Kearns is saying. So they can issue subpoenas to Lower Merion, Police Chief Casey Healy, police officer, the Postal Inspection Service, U.S. Inspector Brian Bennett, U.S. Postal Inspector George P. Clark, Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police, custodian of records. So, yeah, try getting something out of that guy. Also, they're offering a $2,000 reward for information leading to the identification of the individuals who sent death threats to the Trump voters. They got a reward up. Maybe that'll be increased. So why do this? Because you're not getting away with it anymore. It's not just the election's over, we won. And you know who's not getting away with it? Police departments, citadels like Lower Merion and Tredyffrin Township. They're not getting away with it. That's what this, and the post office. We're not going to do it. What are you going to do about it? Well, now you're going to be subpoenaed. Now you're going to have to detail why you're not going to do something about this. I'm telling you, this is exactly the mentality that is necessary. How many times have we gone through election cycles and then you're told nothing happened here, big deal, it wouldn't have cost the election? Like, I still don't know. I got Scott Presler on today. Whatever happened, we can Google and go back. Remember, we heard about these voter irregularities, registering people who were really not people, putting down fake stuff in Lancaster County. That was the big one, but there were several others. Whatever happened to those people? Were they charged? Were they convicted? Constantly this goes on. That's how they get away with it. They know once the dust settles, nobody's going to do anything. So the Postal Service, the police, yeah, well, we're not doing anything. Well, this judge just told them, you're going to have to. Linda Kearns will have more detail, though. That'll be at 1:30. All right, we went back and forth on the side here. Got a couple in the back pocket, but I just saw the Eagles play Dallas in the first game this year, which I think is a master stroke. I know you want to save them up. It's the first game. People are going to watch anyhow because it's the first chance of football. I don't believe it. The NFL does it. They're making a good move here. We want to ask all-time rival. Although, I don't know, maybe Dallas is starting to view the Eagles as a rival since they're getting killed. You know, Dallas is not they like the Cowboys good enough, but I don't see them as being like sports fans here, but maybe we are. I mean, to have a rivalry, both sides have to hate each other, want nothing better than to beat that. And they usually have to be heavyweights of a sort. So I'm going to take off the all-time God and the devil. Now, you know, the devil
That's unfair. Come on.
Is the lesser player here. But, you know, he's out there influencing. The devil made me do it. I'm going to take off, let's see. I'm going to take off also U.S. and Russia. I stopped watching the Olympics once the Russians weren't, you know, an overwhelming superpower and all. It took away a lot. When we had to face the Tamara Press sisters and all that stuff, the Olympics really were something. You watched the medal count. You wanted to beat the Russians. Okay, Henry, do you have a rival?
Yeah, I got a few here. How about He Who Must Not Be Named versus The Boy Who Lived? Of course, I'm talking about Voldemort versus Harry Potter.
Oh, there you go.
Spanned many books, many movies there. And then, you know, let's take an easy sports one off. Let's take off, because, you know, playoff basketball right now. Let's take off Lakers-Celtics all time through the 80s and into the late 2000s, early 2010s.
Yeah, it took over for Sixers and Celtics. Yeah, without a doubt. So, Dan?
My rivalry comes from the world of wrestling, where one individual and another, Miss Elizabeth, she left for the guy, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, one of the greatest rivalries of all time. And I actually got Macho Man.
Macho Man's here? Yeah. Oh, man. What's he eating today?
You're talking about me again, Hogan. I know you're out there. Yeah, I can see the lust in your eyes, Hogan. Let me tell you about Hulkamania. It's Pukamania is what it is, Hogan. Elizabeth, don't even look at him. Down that aisle, baby.
Whoa, wait a minute. Brought to you by whom? Who's the sponsor there? Who's the sponsor for? Come on now.
Well, the sponsor for this particular portion of Macho Man Randy Savage going completely off the wall.
I think the word Slim is in there. That was his sponsor.
A meat stick.
The meat stick. The meat stick.
The meat stick sponsor, I have no idea.
Slim Jim. Slim Jim.
Ooh, stepping with Slim Jim. Where are my headphones? I can't even hear the station.
All right, there you go. All right.
The great Jim Kelly.
Great start. Slim Jim. Sure, I used to chomp on that. Yeah. All right. They're both Italian, too. I know Macho Man is, and Hogan is, too, right?
Is Macho Man Italian?
Yeah.
Randy Poffo?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe so.
It makes sense,
Speaking on that front, I don't think we found I don't see it on here yet, Henry, but I'm still looking for it. I saw it on Netflix, a trailer. Vince Vaughn says about my Nona. She always said, gravy. Netflix.
No.
Check it out on shows coming up. Nona, gravy. Not sauce. It wouldn't have been the same thing. She said sauce, and people are going to go, what? I don't know if the trailer has that.
Yeah, no, I don't have it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll have to cite it.
There's a new
Netflix.
movie called Gravy. Come on, it should be called Sauce.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. Jeff Van Drew will join tomorrow. House Stems, and we'll play it for you, too, coming up. YouTube alert. The woman in the red jacket, when you show up in a red blazer and you start throwing elbows, you're going to be seen. You know, now, whether she body slammed anybody, I don't see that. But these Democrats, late on Friday, going into Newark, Menendez's son, too. Oh, my God. Every one of them should be arrested. They both broke in to ICE. They don't have oversight in that kind of manner in Newark. The mayor got arrested, and three of them, particularly one in this red blazer, started assaulting police officers. The red blazer woman looked like it was amazing, like it was wrestling going on there. And when you have that kind of thing, we've seen it over and over again. Arrest them. She said that did you push the agent? Absolutely no. They got to be arrested. We're tired of dealing with this stuff, and particularly with this. Maybe this mayor will become their nominee, though. That would be good for governor. It would absolutely be no shot. Coming up, that and their leading nominee for the Democrats to be governor has got a little military problem that I'll tell you about. Phone lines, though, hit us with that all-time rival or rivalry. 855-839-1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will be celebrating when they receive an IBEW Local 98 Fightin' Season t-shirt on Sunday, June 1st at 1:35 when the Brewers are in town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump.
Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio, 1039 FM.
Today marks 10 years since the deadly Amtrak train derailment in Port Richmond. Governor Murphy and other New Jersey lawmakers are considering nuclear energy to help combat rising utility prices. And the Eagles will face the Cowboys to open next season and raise their championship banner. Dallas, by the way, hasn't gotten one in 29 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear, 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. So this situation in Newark, the governor's race, the primary coming to a close, and it seems as if people tell me that really are inside this in Jersey, that Mikey Sherrill will probably be the nominee, although the mayor of Newark being arrested as a Democrat at the ICE facility, that's got to help him. If she is, the contention is a lot of times fundraising, all kinds of things, and I need some help from somebody in the military. She ended her military career as a lieutenant, yet Biden and others called her a lieutenant commander. In addition to which, she put that throughout any fundraising, all kinds of designation, all kinds of speeches. Now, you know, people can say you're picking just because this is a Democrat, but every time we have this come up, and if you are not unbelievably precise about your military record, when the military record still goes a long way with me and a lot of other people to be something, if a nominee has that, that's good. So lieutenant commander is not accurate, is the bottom line here. And it's not once, anybody could do that, but it's replete throughout her record. When you start engaging in that, it's going to come back and bite you. Now, speaking of biting you, here's a little bit, and you can pick up the sound. You can see on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. This is cut 8. Here's a little bit. So they're at the facility, the Democrats. 4 of them, as far as I could tell, the mayor and 3 congresspeople in Newark, as an ICE bus is coming in with more people. By the way, they say 75% of the people at that facility in Newark are criminals, have a criminal record of one sort or another that are being deported. And they use that opportunity to kind of storm the facility. And one in particular, this representative in the red blazer gets into it and starts trying to run over top of ICE and firing cross arms there. Here's a little bit of how it sounded and how it looked. All right, so when we get a little bit into it, it's pretty clear, and I think this is McCalver, was the congresswoman. I can't say that Bonnie Watson Coleman, the other one, other than she was illegally in there, and the mayor and Menendez. But the main one, the woman in the red blazer, clearly is attacking law enforcement. If nobody else, she's got to be arrested. It's ridiculous. They don't have the ability, carte blanche, just to come and storm the gates and storm in there. We've been through this before. You can claim they have oversight. And if they go through the proper channels, they certainly can go in and see what's going on. But just waiting for the fence to open up and then running in and engaging with all kinds of law enforcement, that's out of bounds. How many times have we seen them try to pull this? And particularly if you're told to leave, trespass, etc., you got to do it in that situation. Now, if you want to go after ICE using your congressional power, you can. But you can't be trying to take a shot at them while you're there. This one woman is really rampaging right down Broadway. All right, so 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. This ceasefire with China is very good. It settled things down. My hope, the big hope here, one short term, one long term, we get more deals cooking now, that India and Japan and these others see the light on this, and they want to be second in line, and they jump in where the UK did. More importantly, long term, though, as egregious as China has been on some of these things, and this looks like it's going to end up helping us, I think the long-term goal, and I think we're seeing some progress on it, get things like medicine out of China. They shouldn't be making our medicines. They shouldn't have us captive that manner. That's the long term. That's the big thing that we're looking for here versus, just the pricing and things of that nature. But this was a very good moment this weekend. I played you some of the stuff Bessent said, and it makes a lot of sense, the difference between Trump and Biden here. Now, whether they'll deliver on fentanyl, I don't think they will. I'm just not going to throw it out there just because they say it. So Trump's probably going to have to take more action on fentanyl with them and Mexico and the cartels. This is not easy stuff. They can say anything they want. I don't think they're going to do it, though. So we may see some spasms back and forth here with them if they try to play Trump on a couple of these issues. But as it stands now, this is a big deal. All right, side question. All-time rivals, we gave you, I don't want to take all of them off. You got to jump in, though, soon. The end of your call. Dallas Eagles inspired opening night, Thursday Night Football. Whether it's opening night, I'm not sure for the whole league, but it's a biggie. Are we the rival in Dallas now? Maybe, because of the stature of the Eagles. But Dallas certainly still here has that kind of flavor. Linda Kearns here at 1 o'clock. As I said, this is a big win. How often have we seen this happen? Where you have death threats. You were sent to people, whether you had a Trump sign, somehow or another they knew. Massive number of death threats went out. And people essentially said, well, you're just going to have to put up with that. Oh, really? No. Now we're going to be able to subpoena a whole bunch of entities. There's a reward for $2,000. I bet that doubles or triples before it's all said. And I'm predicting here that I think Linda Kearns is going to get somebody that was engaged in sending out this sort of information to Trump voters. And then we'll push for the full prosecution of law. You're not going to get away with this stuff constantly. Democrats have gotten away with this forever. They did it in 2020. Remember when Linda Kearns and Corey Lewandowski were in the convention center and they were there holding up court orders that said that you have to let us eyeball what's going on? And they just refused to do it. They were not going to engage in that. And then you had to think, well, what are we going to do? Do you bring in your own guys and just shove through and have a pitched battle? That's what I thought should have been done. Historically, this is what Democrats have done, particularly in the Philadelphia area. And now a judge has ruled, nope. You're going to have to show us Postal Service, police departments of Lower Merion and Tredyffrin Township that you are making a good faith effort to get to the bottom of this. And I guess she'll make the determination if it's good faith or not. We're also going to go to Harrisburg. Paula Scanlon there with the authors of that bill in the Senate. And I'm supporting them because they're raising the bar here to say, is the media going to tell the average person in Pennsylvania that it's clear that even Democrats don't want males competing against girls? Put it up for a vote. Force the Democrats in the House of Representatives to put the bill up for a vote. That's all. That's democracy they're always talking about. Just put it up for a vote. All right. I've told you for a while about Sicily. I've told you all the things that have happened over the centuries. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, all going to Sicily. Finally, we have our shot. Met some people over the weekend at different events. A couple couples told me, yep, they are counting down the days to this fall when the Giordanos, Talk Radio 1210 listeners, and hopefully you, take off for Sicily. The White Lotus showed you a lot about it. Mediterranean Europe and Italy and Calabria this fall. All this with Conservative Tours, the one and only Conservative Tours. $55.44, including airfare, the dining events in Italy. They are the stuff of legend because it's not just the food. It's where, it's the culture, it's those spots that you and I wouldn't know as tourists. That's what you're getting. You're getting bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, Savoca, Mount Etna, the volcanoes, the Valley of the Temples. Taormina, I'm told, is the heart of Sicily. And, of course, the Godfather part of the tour. No extra charge. All three locales for the films. Call 888-733-9494. And there's nothing like doing this than with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. You'll make new friends. It's amazing. The last trip to Italy, it was stunning how that worked out. So do it now. 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football, that's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jew signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You all know that I drive a Honda from my friends at Piazza Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and HR-V, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and HR-V for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. PiazzaHonda.com.
Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tax, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Great side question today. Hit us with all-time rivals, Dallas Eagles, opening night, opening game. That's a biggie. Well, I think it is, the opening game. But we'll talk coming up with Linda Kearns on this local story that is more than a local story. This is the type of thing you have to do around the clock. It's the only thing Democrats understand. And apparently police departments and postal authorities who, at least based on this, now they have subpoena power, didn't do their job. Well, people get death threats. So what? We're not going to expand anything here. If it were the other way around, I wonder what would happen. Lower Merion, Tredyffrin Township, and the postal authorities. Why would you not try to get to the bottom of this? Well, it's too hard. Well, it's going to have to be. People are being threatened with death just because they were a Trump supporter. All right, 855-839-1210. Get on the board early. All-time rival. The drug pricing, all good. This is going to be something that takes place over 30 days. I'm not sure each and every individual drug. But as I've said before, I'm not going to be just suddenly now labeling everybody big pharma and they're evil. There are abuses here. There are things that are out of whack with the market. And we get the vaccination stuff and Pfizer and things of that nature. But the pharmaceutical industry, at least in many instances, has created drugs that have changed and prolonged our lives for the better without a doubt. I think they ought to be able to advertise on TV. I think people ought to be, it's called freedom of speech. They ought to be able to know about it. As far as the pricing, though, Trump's right to move in here with these anomalies where in some countries, I think he mentioned UK, it costs one thing, and then here it costs something else. What's going to be interesting, too, is when we see coverage of Ozempic or drugs like that. Will RFK Jr. allow that? I mean, it is helpful to people who have had a great deal difficulty losing weight, and it probably helps their overall health. All right, so we got that going on. And with China, we'll see on the fentanyl thing. But these are big, big developments happening here that it's around the clock, the type of stuff that's going on, that any moment we could see something else come down. Now, the other thing that's happening that is too big to fail, they got to get it done, is the big, beautiful bill. The thing that President Trump has talked about, those words, reconciliation. So I'm reading today more on Medicaid. And yesterday, the Republicans did drop something that I agree with. They said, we're going to have to cut the number of people that are on Medicaid. A lot of them are just healthy males. They shouldn't be on Medicaid. Now, immediately, the so-called Republican moderates strike back. No, you're not going to do that. Well, then, how are we going to cut back on anything? We're just going to keep spending on everything until something happens at some point. Everything's fine. Two things Republicans put out they are not going to pay for under Medicaid. One is so-called gender-affirming care. All right? That's absolute. Two would be Planned Parenthood, not abortions necessarily. We shouldn't pay a Planned Parenthood anything. When they get out of the abortion business, if they're cost-effective, if they're doing a service, might consider it. I just can't imagine they would be. As long as they're in the abortion business, though, no. We're not going to let them say over here we're aborting and over here you have to pay us for Medicaid. We're not going to do those two things. And I think Republicans are going to stick to that. But this is going to be really intense on the Republican side as far as trying to get savings out of Medicaid. And they're afraid that you'll be told that you're mean, you're cruel, the usual stuff, and some of them don't have the stomach for it. The other part that's going to hold this up is, are we going to subsidize the 5 states run by progressives, California, Massachusetts, Illinois, New Jersey, and New York, with the state and local tax thing, raising the cap of how much they can take off in their federal income tax? By the way, the Obamas were renting their home out, apparently, the Martha Vineyard's home, $50,000 a week. It's on the market now for $39 million. And here's the bottom line. How in the world in America, I'm not going to pass a law, but there's a public sentiment. If you have a home anywhere near this, you cannot utter the words income inequality. If you're Bernie Sanders, you can't utter it. If you're AOC, you can't utter it. You can't fly around on private jets like Bernie, have 3 homes, or in the case of the Obamas, I think they have 3, it might be 4. Oh, no, I got that wrong. They rented a $50,000 home when they were in the White House. That's what it is. And yet, they were still four all out talking about income inequality. And Mrs. Obama is out there now on her not listened to podcast, crying poor mouth about how much you had to pay when you were in the White House. She complained that you had to pay for what you eat in the White House. We were all afraid. We thought the media would go gaga if she ran for president the last time when Biden jumped out. Unless it were a period of only a week that she had to run, I don't think she could make it. I think it's so annoying, so beyond belief, it would be very difficult to do that. And one other update, the love squeeze of Bill Belichick. Giordano Hudson dropped one place. She came in second, runner-up. She was runner-up last year in the Miss Maine USA contest. This time she was runner-up to the runner-up. She was second runner-up, they used.
The bronze.
Well, it's the bronze, and don't call it the second runner-up. You're the bronze.
Yeah, you're the loser.
Yeah, this time around, and particularly annoying, she made remarks about haters are going to hate, but I'm not going to, do anything about that. My God, she's in the running for the real contest, the Meghan Markle Yoko Ono contest. And I got to say, for a 24-year-old, she's doing unbelievably well. I mean, she's
Hall of Fame start.
She has, yes, a couple years or a year, whatever it is. It's like a budding Babe Ruth or Mickey Mantle here. I mean, nobody's had I don't think Markle had a career like this. Yoko Ono did. Yeah, Yoko Ono is the greatest insufferable of all time, probably. But this woman, if she hangs around just 2 or 3 more years.
She can't hang around at practice. She's already banned.
Well, that's true. She will become kind of our reference point. Instead of Yoko Ono or Giselle Fetterman, are we going to be saying, no, that's a Jordan Hudson? I'm not a Jordan Hudson, women will be saying. Mrs. Obama complaining about cost of living. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's the line for you. Jump in and hit us with that all-time rival. And the drug prices, this is within 30 days of the federal government's going to jump in. I'm supportive of that. It's been a long time coming. I'm just not supportive that we start just yammering and whining. If you're one of those people, you could tell me. Because they're big pharma, big pharma. I get certain aspects of this. But the idea that suddenly everything is going to be natural and we don't need wonder drugs. Just think about the insanity of that. You got to be kidding me. Well, we're too much on drugs. Well, I would agree with that. But tell me some of the drugs that are wonder drugs. You want to take away aspirin? You want to take away insulin? Any number of these things. There seems to be that kind of vibe to this. Whereas I see it, these things increase quality of life, the right ones, and also prolong life. 855-839-1210. Those calls are coming up with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Linda Kearns in the on-deck circle. This is a big case. I file it under no. You're not going to get away with this. Be it the police department's not doing their job. I don't care. They're cops, Dom. You can't say, I don't care. Did they move heaven and earth to try to get to the bottom of what we as a society have to put the fear of God in those that go around making death threats? Well, I didn't really mean it. Come on now. You can't possibly believe that. I don't care. You don't make death threats. And a lot of Trump voters had death threats. Well, they really, come on now. That wasn't going to happen. No. It's not your job to do that if you're in the Postal Service or the police. It's your job to run it down, to find it, and to bring them to justice. That's what we want done. And this court order, with Linda Kearns coming up, gives subpoena power to do just that. They already have a reward up of $2,000. We'll see if that goes up to get to the bottom of this finally. We go through this every election cycle and every day with Democrats. I mentioned, and I've Googled, and I haven't seen any resolution. Remember that whole thing with the voter registration fraud? Where was the day of reckoning with that? Of people in Lancaster County, there were 3 or 4 other counties that it was happening. We were all on it the moment it happened, but to my knowledge, I don't remember anybody being sentenced or what's happened around that. They'll do it again and again and again and again. So this is a big deal. Scott Presler, of course, will be here at 2:30 today, and we're going to go to Harrisburg. I think it's the bill signing, but it's a news conference with Paula Scanlon and the author, the chief sponsor of the Fairness in Women's Sports Bill. And their goal is to try to get the media to finally, for once in their life, say, you want to talk about democracy, Democrats? Why would you not put the bill up for a vote in the House? Thanks to Doug Mastriano, goofball, we don't have the majority there. Otherwise, Democrats, I bet 8 to 10 of them in the Senate, a number of them voted to say, yeah, we're not going to have males in sports anymore. And the kicker is Josh Shapiro is on the side of saying males should be in sports. So you see the repercussions of this. First, it's the right thing to do. It's so annoying to have to continue to go through this. Two, if we do this and Josh Shapiro does that, that helps in the governor's race, and it helps for us to knock him out of the presidential race. That's what the stakes are here. And yet the media won't say on this, well, come on now, this is a pressing concern. Put it up for a committee. Let's see what the vote is. I'm telling you, I don't even think they can find, even though they have a slight majority, and that means Democrats are chairs of committees, I think it would get voted out of committee. I think some Democrat on there is going to say, nope, I'm not going to be. The guy in Lancaster who just won, Malone, the state Senate race, he voted for this bill to say no males in female sports. Even though he was warned by the Democrats there, you better not do that. He did it. Because he knows this, you just can't defend this stuff. All right, let me go to Mark in the Northeast, and Mark is on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mark. Good afternoon.
Hi, Dom. Thanks for taking my call. I have a question, and you know, maybe Linda might be in a better position to answer the question. We have a Republican Attorney General, finally. This Attorney General can do whatever investigation it wants, can bring in whatever criminal charges it wants, and it doesn't need to beg or ask Governor Shapiro of any permission to do anything.
Right.
I haven't heard anything from our Attorney General. What's going on?
Well, I don't know what case. What are you referring to specifically? Because he has prosecuted stuff. He, for example, on the Medicaid front, he has the highest rate of going after that in the nation, and he's only been there for a bit.
Well, we have the Medicaid. You may have the Medicaid, but what about the problem with the with Bucks County, where those officials, they were still insisting on counting votes that were not supposed to have been counted during the last election? You have these threats that are going on to officers and to other Republican politicians. What about already enforcing the laws that are on the books with regards to the transgender males playing in female sports?
Well, I don't know that the Attorney General can do that one. I got to see if he can do that one. So, look, the next time we have the Attorney General on, I'll ask him about specific areas. So, Mark, what is your rivalry?
How about Bugs and Daffy?
Yep, that's a very good one. Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. Look, as far as the whatabouts here, oh my God. Control yourself, Dom. Okay, I hear. I think Dave Sunday has hit the ground running. Next time we have him on, the new Attorney General, I'll ask him about some more of these particulars, okay? All that I do know is we have Linda Kearns in the on-deck circle. And if you remember, this was a pretty wide spread. She can tell us a lot of people, they sensed that they were Trump voters, either Trump yard signs or whatever. And they were given threatening death threats. Well, the election goes off, and I got to say, as far as I can tell, the police, I'm not talking about the average cop. I'm talking about the upper levels. This judge says they didn't do their job either, and the postal authorities. Can you find out who sent these out? As I understand, there were a lot of them, and I think you can. Well, we don't want to do that. We're going to drag our feet. We're going to say we can't do it. Nothing to see here. Move on. So now, as I understand it, they have subpoena power through Linda Kearns and the continuing efforts post-election to do just that and to bring people in to force them to do their job. Is it still doable? And a reward is part of this. It's $2,000. So we'll find out about that reward and moving forward, what that means. A little bit later, we'll talk with Scott Presler also. You get in now on the side question, though. And look, I hear the last caller. I'm not going to say that Dave Sunday, though, hasn't been on top of things. I'm going to take these on a case-by-case basis. The one I would be critical of is this Untermeyer, who is the special prosecutor that was put into play here in Philadelphia and has done nothing. To my knowledge with SEPTA, he hasn't prosecuted a case yet. He was put in there because Krasner won't. We have an election going on. By the way, talk about a strange bedfellows. This is how bad Krasner is. You have the big developers in Philadelphia. They put up like $385,000. And you have the building trades unions. Both of them are joined at the hip saying, if Philadelphia is not seen as safe, we're not going to be able to build more. We're not going to have real estate moving out there. Those two groups, it's historic, are spending furiously to try to come together and stop Larry Krasner. Is it doable? Well, I'm here, Judge. That's all I know. I can help. 855-839-1210. You get in. Coming up, Linda Kearns, Secretary of Defense. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Coming up, Linda Kearns. As I said, this is quite a breakthrough because it's in an area where you don't even see much of a fight. We allow Democrats across the country, progressives, these big cities, sadly, some police departments at the upper level to say, That's it. Well, I mean, what are we going to do? I mean, it's a needle in a haystack. How are we going to find who sent out a fairly significant number of death threats as a Trump voter? You may remember that before the election. We're supposed to say, well, you won, stop complaining. Come on. What good is that going to do? We're always looking forward to the next day. Big headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer, too, saying that Democrats are actually worried about the Supreme Court race. What would happen is, as I understand it, if the three were knocked out, if one gets knocked out, they're all going to get knocked out, not retained. It would be a 2-2 tie. I'm fine with that. Then we'll go from there. Well, they're not going to agree on anything. I'm fine with that, too. I think that's good. These three judges are not worthy of retention, be it COVID, be it the election nonsense that they engaged in. One of them even engaged in it when running, and Republicans didn't challenge him on that. They didn't challenge to impeach. You're running for the court. You can't be telling us what you're going to do when you get there as far as specific cases, and he was one of the architects of taxing us more, and that's a motion around school taxation. Didn't think the Norristowns and the Philadelphias of the world were already taking enough money and not doing anything with it. All right, so let's go to our Secretary of Defense. Scott Presler, Secretary of Offense, is on today at 2:30. Linda Kearns is on with us now on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Linda, welcome in and congratulations.
Hey, Dom, and thank you for that awesome walk-up music. I have the best intro music of any of your guests.
Well, we'll see about that.
Dom,
I think
she sent over pictures today of a room that she has.
Yes.
It's completely like retrofitted in Elvis memorabilia. Do you contain it to one room at least, though, Linda, or is your entire house just overrun with Elvis
No, it's
stuff?
just that one room in my house, Dan. I sent them to you so you would understand.
Wait a minute, though. I want some discovery on that. Let's get a team over there and check that out, Dan. I bet there's some overlap of that one room.
Yeah.
I bet if we were there, we'd see there's more.
I think
And I only have a minute, little homage to Tom Jones.
Is that a marionette of Elvis that's in that room?
Oh, my God. Let's get some Tom Jones memorabilia going behind me in the studio here. That's what I need. Sir Tom Jones. There's no Sir Elvis Presley, right?
Hey, Dom, I heard you. Is the question of the day famous rivalries?
Yes.
Well, I think a famous rivalry is the Linda Kearns-Dom Giordano rivalry, but you refused to debate me. You were so afraid you refused to schedule this debate.
Well, we want to schedule you, clear your docket, so to speak there, Dan. Dom Giordano Day. We were going to honor you first and then sink you in a debate.
Well, now we're just going to skip the honoring part, right?
No, I still would do the honoring. It shows I'm generous, magnificent, that I fear no comers. It's like the emperor saying, let them live, let Kearns live for a little bit longer here before the debate.
Well, let me get through this case that you have me on to talk about, because, yes, you're right. I'm thrilled that this judge granted this order granting us leave to serve third-party subpoenas regarding these terrible letters that voters got in October of 24. And these letters are terrible. There's even curse words in there, so I can't even quote them on air. My mother would kill me. No one should be subject to that, especially around voting. You should be vote without fear. And these letters came to people's homes, the sanctity of their homes, in their own mailbox, and it's an absolute disgrace.
YouTube alert, though. Thanks to you, Linda. We have a copy of that letter up right now so people can see that. You don't have to verbalize it. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Dan, I'll ask you then. What are these letters? Are they pretty rough?
Yeah. It's like it looks like there's a letterhead on it, Trump 2024,
right?
And yeah.
Linda, as I remember too, these were fairly extensive. It wasn't one person. How many people got this? Roughly?
No, it was multiple people. We have two plaintiffs who we found who were willing to be our plaintiffs. I know that multiple people reported it, and I know, and thanks to your radio station, because multiple people sent them into Greg Stocker too. So we don't know the extent of it. So anyone who received a letter is absolutely welcome to email me. At the top of my Twitter, pinned to the top of my Twitter is the website for the reward that we're going to give out if anyone knows who did this, because we think that, the person who did this might have, mentioned it to somebody or bragged about it or said, look what I did to try to stop Trump. So we do have a reward posted to really try to find who this person is.
So the judge is ruling now you can issue subpoenas. So is the idea that not enough was done by both the police and the postal authorities?
Absolutely, Dom. I mean, after January 6th, they, to quote you from earlier on your show, they moved heaven and earth to try to find the people who were at the Capitol. They were combing social media sites. They were interviewing people. And with this, you heard nothing. And during the course of the investigation that we've done so far, we realized we think that the postal inspector actually has the letter. So or one of the original letters. So our order allows us to grant, to serve subpoenas on the police department, on the police officer who took the report, on the United States Postal Inspection Service, the postal inspector, and the commissioner of the state police, so that we can find out what they have so far in their investigation, and then hopefully we can continue it or spur them on to continue to investigate.
Yeah, they have to. Is it they just, well, I'm asking you to speculate, but maybe I will here. I mean, is it because it's Trump? They just don't want to be bothered, or well, Linda, my theory is all these death threats that are out there, we just have to move heaven and earth past people who make death threats. I don't care who they are, under what circumstance. We've kind of allowed, they got caught up in their you can't make death threats, and particularly in a letter where you're talking about shooting people's cats, among other things.
Absolutely not. This just cannot be allowed. This is not what should be permitted in our society. And I think we've gotten away from good governance. And I think that, and Dom, we talked a lot about it during the election. Your favorite commissioner out there in Montgomery County, Neil, with his ice cream truck. Instead of concentrating on the administration of elections and making sure elections are safe and secure, he's retrofitting some ice cream truck to run out and try to get ballots. And we need our administrators to get back to basics. Maybe if he would have put the same energy into finding the people who sent these letters to voters in his county, maybe we would have found something. Maybe he could use his ice cream truck to do that. But no, they were using especially these Democrat election administrators. They like to have their own goals and their own agendas. And we need to get back to basics. And we need these election administrators to really make sure that our elections are safe and secure. And the top way to do this is to not have these. To catch these people who are doing this type of stuff and then prosecute them, so that it sends a message that this just will absolutely not be tolerated.
Well, they mention here some of the sins of President Trump, if you would, like decisions over the health care needs. And, oh, yes, a hatred for Taylor Swift. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think that this letter was very carefully drafted, thinking that they would really capture the person who opened it, and maybe the person's kid opened it or the daughter opened it and saw the name Taylor Swift. I mean, there's a lot in there that would really make you upset to get something like that at your house. And we really want to make sure that we can do everything that we can to find this person. I'm hoping that our reward, that again, if you go to the top of my Twitter, I pinned it to the top of my Twitter, Linda Kearns Law. And if you have information, if you know who this person is, please send us a private email. Let us know. If you were someone who received a letter, we're still looking for people, because maybe we can connect the dots. You can email me. My website, lindakearnslaw.com, has my email address on it.
And Linda, back to the J6 stuff. Look, there were some people I think were in deep agreement that certainly deserve the FBI and the all-out. There were any number of these people that were tangential, that there was a bit of overkill here. They went in the wrong door. They said they could come in, and they were tracked down. The numbers are astounding, how far they want to hunt them down. If I were in the shoes, and I know you too, on either side of this, of the postal or, more importantly, the police, I would say, you know what, we're going to bring you in because you might be a menace in the future. This isn't some argument and you yell, I'll kill you. This is somebody, a maniac, in my view, taking the time to do this, that has to be brought in so that we can get some resolution that they're not going to act in the future on something like this.
Absolutely, because in the letter, he or she who wrote this refers to some type of a database, that he has these people in their database, and he used their addresses. He handwrote their addresses, and these people opened their mailbox. These were sent through the United States Postal Service. So this took a lot of time and energy to figure out. I think he tried to just figure out who the Trump voters were, whether it was their signs in their yard or bumper stickers on their car, and really targeted them. And there's no place for that. We need to win elections on merit, not on this nonsense. And this should be prosecuted, and it should be prosecuted equally, whether it's against a Democrat candidate or a Republican candidate. But I often feel that when it's against a Republican, it kind of just goes by the wayside, and we cannot have that.
No, absolutely. But we're serious, Linda. We would like to honor you on June 20th. Let's see if we can work that out, then have some kind of spirited debate rather than legal case, and some drunken people at Mulligan's up or down deciding.
Well, Tom, I mean, are you sure? Because I think that I'm going to win the debate so handily that the next Monday it's going to be the Linda Kern show, and you're going to be out of a job. It'll be me and Dan.
Can you imagine? When have I ever lost a debate here? I mean, even the gravy and sauce, it was an overwhelming win the other night.
Now, if Dom's putting the show on the line, does that mean you're putting the law firm on the line?
No, that's right. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, I see that's the difference between Dom and I. I can have a radio show, but Dom can't have a law firm. Because
I don't know
he never
about that.
passed
I
the
could get
bar
a special
exam.
exemption. I think Trump would go for that. He knows I don't need any piece of paper. Just put me estoppel. There you go.
Yeah, I think Trump can do a lot of things. I don't think he can just give you a dispensation to not pass the bar exam. Dom.
I differ with you. Dan, get that hotline there. Don't you think Trump could say I don't
like
need
how
to
this
pass
is,
the
you know
bar?
what, Dom? Usually I'm on Linda's side, but I don't like how this is working out. It's a little one. Do you get the whole Elvis collection just out of spite? If you win?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right. That would be a big deal. All right. Well,
You're not even a huge Elvis fan. You just want it out of spite. Yeah.
We're setting it up. We need the listeners to tell us what would be a good debate then, since it doesn't have to be a legal case. That would be hard to come up with.
Yeah, it can be anything.
Anything. All right.
Yeah, because I love elections, but I do have other interests. But I do want to thank you guys so much for having me on, because this case does depend on us getting the word out there. If anyone knows anything about these letters, if you heard somebody talking about it, please let us know. We want to find the person who did it, because this should not be happening in Pennsylvania or anywhere.
Sauce or gravy, Linda?
It's sauce, and I've been to Italy multiple times. They call it sauce over there too. So.
All right, there we go. We have our first topic. Is it appropriate to drive with 2 feet, Linda?
Is it appropriate to do what?
Drive with 2 feet, an automatic transmission vehicle, but you're still putting your brake pedal on your left foot.
Two's better than one.
I drive a manual transmission. I'm a real driver. I know, and that's the kind of car I have.
So your
argument
in this debate would be that you're only allowed to use 2 feet driving when you're an actual real driver of a manual transmission, right?
Yes, actually, yeah, that would be an excellent argument.
It's going to be the easiest debate I've ever won.
Does pineapple belong on pizza?
No, I don't like pineapple on pizza.
All right, well,
These are easy questions. These are softball questions.
Is chili a soup? Is chili a soup?
Oh, God. Stop him, please, Henry. Pull that plug. Remember the special.
You guys have to challenge me. You're talking about Linda Kearns here. You have to challenge me. You can't throw these softballs at me.
All right. We may make that the side question. Thank you, Linda. Thanks. We'll work on this. Thanks,
Thank
Linda.
you.
All right, we may have to put that as a possible side question. What would be, because she's serious, I wanted to come and honor her as we did last year, a couple people. June 20th, Dom Giordano Day. We here in Wildwood, the festivities, or I hear the sawing, I hear the stuff going on
Toilet
over
paper
Hudson
in the
Avenue.
front or behind?
We're going to do better in this. It's got to be
I want to know the chili answer.
Oh, God, please don't turn that loose again. We've had that
soup.
before.
It's
It is a soup.
I think it's a soup.
No, you said it wasn't a soup, Dom.
No, I think it is now. I can see.
Oh, I've convinced you. Look at that.
Yeah, I think
for the
that's,
first
that's
time in
where
Dom Giordano program history, I've won an argument. This is fantastic.
113, May 12th, 2025.
Yeah, I think it was where I was just putting up the other side of the argument. I can go either way here. I'll take either side of the argument and win, or both at the same time. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless hit us with that all-time rivalry. All right, you heard Linda. We are, seriously, though.
Is soup a meal?
No.
Banyan, relax.
No, Banyan. So hit us with our email, Linda. Go through that channel to be anonymous. I bet somebody at the post office, somebody saw something, somebody heard something. This is doable. And this letter, I mean, to take the time, the maniac, to threaten this number of people, it's got to be a record. I think she's right. When they subpoena the postal authorities to come in, are they going to produce it or not? Why do you guys always make such a big deal? Because we're tired of this double standard. These representatives storm an ICE facility. Every one of them should have been arrested in Newark. The mayor was arrested. But this woman, congresswoman, blasting her way through the line and forearming the one woman from ICE, every one of them should be arrested. Now it's the end of the world. We're shutting down freedom of speech. They don't have oversight when they just feel like when a bus is coming in with dangerous criminals to storm the ICE center in Newark. 855. 839.
Who's in a fight, a gorilla or 100 men?
The gorilla. That's a pretty good one, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think
it's gone viral over the weekend.
I know it
yeah.
had. Well, it's 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh, is it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, and I thought
media.
it was pretty obvious. The 100 men are not going to stop the gorilla.
You don't think so?
No.
They can.
No way.
It's 100
Are they allowed weapons?
No.
Okay, so
no,
we're just
it's
talking with my
mano
hand.
a mano. Yeah. The reason is this: you want to be one of the first that are racing in there to storm with the gorilla? Well, of course.
You got to have a plan. It just can't be like, all right, bull rush the gorilla.
Yeah, well, who's the
That's
first?
the-
Okay, Henry, you're
You
the
grab
first.
one arm.
You're the first
I'll
guy.
grab the
You're the
other.
first guy. You and Dan rush in. Once you have,
No,
you know,
I'm
made
making
contact.
the plan.
Oh, okay.
The
but I'm-
gorilla can go circle on the other
Right.
side of the arena, and
Right.
we'll all huddle up and be like, all right, here's what we're gonna do.
What are you going to do, clothesline him?
You 20 get the left arm, you 20 get the right arm, you 20 get
Yeah.
the
Not gonna
legs,
be
you
enough.
20
Okay,
get
but-
the other leg.
Who are the first going to do it? The first. This is like Omaha Beach. You don't want to be the first with the gorilla.
Who's the one that makes first contact?
Yeah. Who makes first contact?
Look, that's for us
Okay.
in the group to decide.
Oh,
as we're,
yes.
Hold on, you'll
Sorry.
you'll
devising the
surrender that a
plan.
gorilla can beat 100 men in a fight, but
Yes.
Dom, you can't. You'll beat a bear in a race?
Yes.
No.
I just can't see the speed of the
So,
bear.
so you
Yeah.
recognize the physical prowess of a
Right.
gorilla, but not a bear.
I recognize the physical prowess of the bear. I just don't see the speed. And I've been told they
The bear
are.
just
though.
doesn't
Yeah.
recognize the physical prowess of Dom Giordano is what it is.
Exactly. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit me on Twitter. If you have a suitable debate, it's going to be a heck of a Dom day with Linda Kearns. Hope to have Scott Presler there. He's coming up later. You're coming up next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
1210 homeowners, are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for the right time to sell your home? Here's the truth. The time is now. The American economy is back. Private sector growing. Good paying jobs more available. Inflation's down. Eggs and gas cheaper than they've been in years, and the fear is fading. In the market, it's on fire. Right now, I'm helping sellers get tens of thousands over asking. No inventory, and there's buyers are starving for homes. So stop hiding in your house and start planning the move to your low-maintenance lifestyle. But selling in this market does take more than luck. It takes strategy. And if you're serious about crushing it when you sell, learn about all my strategies in my books, Home Selling Sharks and Model Home Mindset. I'll send you a free copies today. But if you want to learn from the master, that's me. Come to my next home seller seminar on June 11th in Fort Washington. Go to 215-576-8666.com or call me at 215-576-8666.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, you're with Dom. You heard Linda Kearns. We're on the hunt for the guy sending out this detailed threatening letter that, well, at least according to the police in 2 locales and the post office, it's not worthy of getting to the bottom of it. Now they have subpoena power, so I think we're going to see this coming up in a little bit. All right, so Mike on YouTube, how can you not accept the documented speed of a bear? What is it rooting for the bear here? Yet you expect listeners to accept the undocumented statement you can throw a football 40 yards. Well, that's still up in the air.
I'm questioning all.
You got to come down there to Mulligan's this year, and you'll see it's a new workout program. It's new aerodynamics, maybe a new football. Which bear are we talking about? What kind of locale?
Sock shoe, or sock shoe?
I have no idea.
How do you put on your socks and their shoes?
Oh, socks first, then the shoes.
So both socks first, and then.
Yeah, I find the other to be kind of strange.
No, if you do the other, you're a crazy person.
No, you're
not.
not.
Your
legs already up there.
Yeah, but if you're getting ready to run from something,
why
you only have one foot.
I wouldn't like the feeling of having a shoe on one foot and then nothing on the other.
That's true.
Why not?
It's weird.
No, it's not.
We
Yes,
put
it
that
is.
in there.
All right, one more?
Yeah.
If you guys could choose, would you rather never have to sleep, never have to breathe air, or never have to eat?
Probably never have to sleep.
Yeah, I figured that'd be your
answer.
answer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the most obvious.
I'd go with sleep, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's wasted time. All right, 855-839-1210. But come up with something broader with Linda Kearns. Hopefully we catch this guy and really celebrate. Or woman, who knows. But June 20th, Mulligan's going to be a special day. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. We were in Joe's neck of the woods in Smithville. I think Smithville's not too far from you, is it, Joe?
Dom, it's on the way to the shore.
Yeah.
I'm in Burlington County. That's Atlantic County. But you're in a very, very beautiful garden spot, I got to tell you.
A lot of development there. I didn't think I was in the Pine Barrens yesterday. It's huge.
Oh, the Pine Barrens themselves are huge. But I want to know something. Do you think you can high jump a bear? I mean, we got all these contests going on this summer.
You know, who said for the show I have to do a decathlon here of crazy high jump a bear?
I like that. High jump against a bear and beat it, or high jump over the bear? What are we talking here?
No. Just high jump. Like, I don't think you could stick a credit card underneath Dom's vertical.
Wow.
That is ridiculous. I know I dunked the ball back in the day.
I mean, we got
Come
the
on,
video
Joe.
component. You can jump for us.
Yeah.
Dom, I'm about 40 minutes northwest of Smithville, but that's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
My side answer is everybody thinks Helen of Troy. She was actually Helen of Sparta, and she was kidnapped or eloped, but it started the Sparta-Trojan War and everything that came with it. As we use it today very liberally, the Trojan horse.
Yeah. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts.
There you go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe.
Very
Absolutely.
Italian thing to say,
Yeah. Well, it is. That's a good one. Those were a long time. Well, Sparta and Athens were just incredibly long. All-time rivals is what we're looking for. And again, with Linda Kearns, just another example. This is a different Republican Party operate. Now, we already had a car. Well, what about this? What about? I get that. There's a million of these things going on. The next biggie to send a message is not for a while, but in November, not retaining those 3 Supreme Court justices. Inquirer, big article, helping them out. They're worried because this is on the radar screen. Now, they're claiming Elon Musk is what they're worried about, but deeper in the article, they tell you who they're really worried about, Scott Presler. Not just because of the voter reg, because he's taken, I mean, how much attention did we ever pay to a Supreme Court race retention? Not 2 people duking it out. Because what happens is, if those 3 are not retained, then nothing happens to 2027. It's 2-2. Still, these people have to pay for what they did to us during COVID and what they did to us during the election of 2020. You know, just the one regulation offhand, just the 3 days the ballot can arrive after that. The nonsense and what. I blame the legislature, too. They should have said, we get to set the rules of the election. We're going forward with this, whatever you say. And that's what we would have had all the way to the Supreme Court. Just one judge on here I have a little bit of a warm spot for, and that's Judge Doherty, Johnny Doc's brother, because he has taken on Larry Krasner in the impeachment of Larry Krasner and everything else. And I'm reading over the weekend, both this developers group have put in a lot of money to Judge Dugan, and of course, the building trades, the unions. I mean, when have we seen that kind of alliance of the big-time developers and the unions together around one issue? This guy, Krasner's bad for Philadelphia. Philadelphia's never going to have a reputation as a safe place, a place where you can do all this stuff as long as he's DA. That's true. They're running a lot of commercials. We'll see if that matters. I just think, I don't know if there's any more debates or any more head-on-head with Krasner. I just think that's where you can make news. That's where you have to do it. I think Judge Dugan would be so much better. It'd be such a different day if he were the DA. And he does strike me as somebody that would balance toughness with fairness and people that, you know, second chances where warranted. He would be exactly with what, if Krasner wins, particularly going away, what does it tell us about Philadelphia? Here you have a union guy through and through, Judge Dugan. You have pretty good money behind him. Maybe not what Krasner had the first time, but maybe more than Krasner has this time. He's a military guy, exemplary. He is Philadelphia. Larry Krasner's not. What does it tell us if Krasner is able to win pretty significantly? Well, it tells you that Krasner represents the new Philadelphia, the mob that's here. This is a much better chance than the last time, is what I'm saying. So I'm all on board. If the judge feels, oh man, any kind of identification. Same thing's going on in the governor's race. Every Democrat there is running against Trump. It's amazing. And as I said, the leading Democrat right now appears to be someone who has inflated military service. All right, let's go to Tim in Montgomery County, I guess, on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Tim.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
Curious why you're so upset at the state Supreme Court over the election issues, but you're not upset at Republicans in general for rolling over on the mail-in ballot issue.
What do you mean?
Really
What do you
led
mean?
us to.
What do you mean on the mail-in
Well,
ballot?
until before the last election, Republicans were against mail-in ballots, and then all of a sudden, when it got closer to the presidential election, they decided they were for them, and everybody should use mail-in ballots after telling everybody that they were nonsense for years.
Well, how are
Seems
we?
a little weird to me, don't you think?
No, it's not weird, Tim, and I doubt that you care about the Republicans. It's not weird because we want to win, and we have to
What
play.
do you mean you doubt that? What do you mean you doubt that I care about the Republicans?
I don't think you care about the Republicans. You sound like some kind of Democrat seminar caller.
I'm pretty sure I asked you a pretty legitimate question that you still haven't answered, and now you want to make assumptions about what my political beliefs are.
I have answered it. No, Tim,
process.
you didn't want to hear what I said. Because,
No, you didn't answer. So
excuse me,
don't
Tim.
you hold
Excuse
the
me,
Republicans
Tim.
accountable for giving up on the mail-in ballot?
If you be quiet for a minute, I answered you, and I'll go back to what I said. Because we want to win, because we have to win. That's why. Because I'm
so
on board.
right and wrong doesn't matter. You just
no,
want to win.
No.
Doesn't matter what's
No,
right and wrong.
no.
Right?
The reason
you just want to win, and that's the whole problem. Nobody
I want
cares
to
about
win
what's
every
good for
day
the
of the
country.
week to beat you.
Feels
No, the
like
good
you
of
were
the country
paid, Dom.
is if
You're
we
paid
win. If
and
I
it's all
win.
fake. You're paid and it's all fake. You guys are all
Whoa,
on the same team,
who
and
paid me?
everybody knows it now.
Who
dude.
paid me, Tim?
Everybody knows it now.
Excuse me, Tim.
Everybody knows you guys
Excuse
are
me,
all on
Tim.
the same team now, Dom.
Excuse
You're a
me.
fraud.
We're on
You're
the
a
team.
Fraud. All you
We
chumps,
are
you and Nick
on the
Kale,
team.
who get on
Win.
the radio and talk all your
We're
nonsense,
on the
you're a
team
fraud.
win, and you are a
fraud.
Democrat fraud. That's why,
I'm
because
not a
we're doing
Democrat,
better.
Dom. I
You're
didn't
a
even vote.
Democrat. You're a Democrat. It's about winning. So the mail-in ballot, Act 77, the stupidity of Doug Mastriano again and some Republicans, we've been through that. But what are we supposed to do when if you don't do that, the box we're in now, you're going to lose? And we came up with a good solution. You don't trust the mail-in ballot, do the mail-in ballot, but hand it in Bucks County. Remember that before the election. Hand it in right there so that there will not be some difficulty that happens. It's not a perfect system. Of course, we want to go back to it, but we're not going to lose. We're going to win. And that means, now usually I get it from the other side, from somebody who is a person that still doesn't trust it. The only way to win is to bring up those mail-in ballot numbers. If you don't, you're going to lose. We've seen this again and again. A hack on the Supreme Court. What's his first name? Is it Dennis McCaffrey? An all-time hack. Beat a judge with quite a lengthy, big-time record from Montgomery County, the Republican, the last Supreme Court race. Why? He had a 400,000 vote lead or something like it heading into the election because of mail-in ballot. You're not going to win. So we've accepted something that is not our ideal state because we have to win. We're not going to just die on some principle, alleged principle. 855-839-1210.
You're getting paid?
Oh, that's
this is
right.
news to
Yeah.
me. Like, and you and Kale are getting where's this funding coming from?
Yeah.
Can you kick some of that back to the
can you
producers?
pass along the contact info?
Please.
Whoever
Yeah,
this is
I'll
paying
give you.
or-
I'll give you the guy. The bag. The bag's a little bit late today.
Oh, the
too.
bag man, he's not here.
I thought the bag
oh,
man
that's
would
what he
be
brings.
here.
I thought that was okay.
I thought you thought it was
I thought that was a
donuts
tuna
or
sandwich
something.
every
Yes,
day.
thank you. And Tim, come on now. You're arguing something here we should just lose because of the fact this system was created. Republicans did not adapt quickly enough. Some of them still will not adapt. They won't listen to me. But the smarter ones realize the only way you're going to win is doing two things. Tightening up, coming up with ways to tighten up the mail-in ballot so it's not fraudulent. And I gave you one that we told people to do the last time. And then two, executing it in the manner the Democrats did. That's Scott Presler. All right, 855-839-1210.
Where's this payment coming from, Dom?
Yeah, I'm looking here.
Who's signing the
Carbs
check?
versus
Tim,
protein.
call me back if you
Yeah.
can pass along the information.
All right, Tim. Tim.
I kind of need the money, so.
Tim, if you know, you must have been a bag man. Nice call of you to out me there. You're tired of making the payments. No, I am for the mail-in ballot for 2 years now. Why? Winning is the first thing. I'm not saying cheating or anything illegally, but winning is what you have to do. Otherwise, it's hot air, and we'll have guys like Biden in there. Or in Philadelphia, we'll have the mess. You got to win. 855-839-1210. Let's talk Dr. Bentz. And, well, my friend and dentist, Dr. Bentz, for 10 years has been my dentist. Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like most about Dr. Benson, you'll see this right away, he doesn't offer just one solution. He offers the best choices so you can decide what's right for you. So I recently completed a dental implant, and that was a choice that over the years, I had chosen otherwise, but this was such a situation that finally that was the best solution. And he's extensive. He talks to you. Takes a while, even if you go for a cleaning, he talks to you where things might be going so that the discussion continues to flow. And he has the greatest diagnostic equipment and techniques. So realize this is a unique situation. You will feel that it's much differently than the average dentist. That personalized consultation, great staff, the options available to you so you can make the right decision for you to get you the smile and, more importantly, the great dental care that you always want. That is the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. Visit bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Weather sponsored by Garden State Earthworks.
Clouds will be on the increase today ahead of our next storm system. It'll be very warm with a high temperature well above average at 82. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy. Chance for a shower overnight, low 62. And for Tuesday, cloudy and cooler with rain at times with a high near 70.
You have water on your property giving you a headache. Soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution at 856-848-4444.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. DJ sent this along. I saw it this morning, and I'm not going to dwell, and I'm going to go to the callers, but the Trump Trump administration's focus on gender and sex is a threat, says the Inquirer, to Philadelphia's intersex community. Intersex people are speaking out in the face of the administration's effort to define sex as a biological binary. Goodness. Meanwhile, I saw footage over the weekend in Maine again of this guy who's about 6'1", playing girls softball and throwing a riser. I can't, the speed of it, I mean, and just the leverage of it, watching this. It's just incredible that everybody in Maine is sitting there watching these girls go up to bat with little or no chance even to put their bat on the ball. I mean, it's just, this isn't some small person who you think, is that a boy or is that a girl? I mean, this is a guy, a physical proportion, masquerading as a female, as a pitcher, with the predictable results. But they're going to keep doing it, and they're going to keep losing on it. And we'll talk to Paula Scanlon and the sponsor, the lead sponsor of the bill to pass the Senate, with Democrats voting for it. To the point of that last caller, of course, all we need, I blame Doug Mastriano for this, Democrats have either a tie or a one-person voting block, and they run the House Assembly, and they will not allow this bill to come up, even though it's a matter of great public impact, because they know not only will it pass, but 8 to 10 Democrats or more would vote for it. And they don't want that. They don't want that kind of back and forth. So can you stonewall something like this? Well, that's why you got to put media pressure on this and have people speaking out. And Josh Shapiro says he would sign the bill. That's great, Josh. I hope that you would. I hope we can get it past the finish line. But as far as the mail-in balloting, we've been through this a lot. Remember how reluctant people were to do it. Sean Parnell was in charge here in Pennsylvania. And Linda Kearns, who is going to be honored and debated, we'll give her the honor first, then the debate is underway once we come up with an appropriate thing. Assured people, her reassurance of being on it. You heard it again and again and again of the steps they were taking on this, to eyeball on this. And as a result of that, I mean, I don't think President Trump did enough on it. We kept on saying all along, he ought to be the one to jump into the ring and say, you got to vote by mail-in ballot. It's just that his candidacy was so well received, and Kamala Harris was so ill received. But mail-in balloting would have helped even more. We got to get those numbers up even more while keeping the system that Kearns and a couple of others have put into place. That's the point. Otherwise, you're not going to win. That's what it comes down to. So because of the mistakes of dopey Republicans, Doug Mastriano and others, Act 77 went into play, we're supposed to just lose for all time. That's what it comes down to. In other words, I'm saying that I think Linda Kearns and Presler won Pennsylvania, other than the president. That's why we had the Mount Rushmore of the 4 people that pushed Pennsylvania over the finish line, which was incredibly important. All right, Christian is in Wayne. He's in next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Christian, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I hope all you guys are doing well.
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to that last caller just flipped my switch. So that was one of the most intellectually dishonest things I've ever heard. The Supreme Court was 100%, they were Democratic. So obviously, you know, justice, she has her eyes wide open and her thumb on the scale. There is no what's right, what's wrong. It's what the majority says is right or wrong. And like you've been saying, are we going to just be little children and put our thumb in our mouth and go wham, wham, wham? We're not going to do it because we think it was unjust to have it happen and lose. I mean, it's just, I know you get these guys every once in a while, and I thought you were patient. I would have been bleeped. They would.
Well, look,
your boy Dan would have been bleeping me left and right.
Well, look,
anyway.
we're fine, but I mean, it's an offbeat challenge. How many times can I thrash the Republicans for agreeing to mail-in balloting? But we move on. And Christian, you know what the other eye-opener was? This judge out of Montgomery County had a sterling record and McCaffrey was just a hack put in there, and yet the lead was around 400,000 votes just in a Supreme Court race as we come into Election Day. It's insanity to think we're going to continue to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if we want now, we're going to lose ad infinitum for just sticking with the same stupid stuff that got them kicked out of power. Then we're going to be like the Democrats and lose ad infinitum. But we're sticking to what we believe in, and if that's the way we got to vote, then that's the way we got to vote.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, it's all about the principle of what you're voting for and the mechanism. Look, I even think we came up with a genius idea. I forget who basically pitched that, or maybe we did along the way, which was, all right, you don't trust mail-in balloting. Okay. You show up before the election, a week, 2 days, whatever. You have a mail-in ballot, and you put the mail-in ballot in the security of the election officials there. And people bought into that. That's why you had people out there 7, 8 hours in Bucks County. You had a woman in a wheelchair, you may remember. We went to that frequently. And why were they doing that? Because they wanted that vote to count. They wanted to get it on the board. They wanted to be as certain as humanly possible. But they didn't want to leave it to Election Day chance. And they wanted to inspire others to do that. Delaware County was another spot. Remember the woman that was arrested there? Because she was telling people, stay in line no matter what they tell you. You're not moving. You're going to be in line. You have a right to be here, and you're going to vote. And we're going to make them pay in Bucks County. I know the election is a while off. Bob Harvey is on the ballot. We invite Mr. Harvey to come on and tell us how we're all Nazis, as he did last week at the Bucks County Commissioner's Office event, as he does routinely. He's a history nerd. He can see the signs coming. Marseglia is not up for a couple more years, but we don't forget on that. And we have Joe Conman, who is the Democrat nominee. I think he will be next week, running against who I think is a great Bucks County DA. That's the other race to be involved in. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. I'm coming to you. Scott Presler at 2:30 today. Jeff Andrew at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Should ICE lock up those 3 Congress people who attacked them, particularly one? Yeah, might be better just to lock up the one to make a point about this. I'm kind of pondering that. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements. Going on right now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites and save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle favorites. Save big with Rescue when you think of if you're in the need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol offers, supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, it's easy. Just call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss the opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Now remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop at res-q.com, res-q.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot. I went to flight school, and I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. If your dad is a Philly sports fan, I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music with Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier on July 12th. I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly. And it's in New Jersey. Saturday, July 12th on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano. Just saw the Club for Growth, a Republican pro-cutting taxes group. That's their main pedigree. Spending a good deal of money to say John Fetterman is for the people, at least on paper in Pennsylvania. He ought to announce he's voting for the Trump tax cuts. What would give him cover is if those tax cuts, and I hope they do, who knows, if they include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and a couple of other areas where there's going to be no tax on overtime. They include those. I think that's a lot of cover that certainly could work very, very effectively. Could Fetterman do that? Anything's possible with the guy. Now, that would be a biggie. Hey, by the way, you can let me know on Twitter. Dan's busy with a call. We were considering today. Let me play Crockett right now, Henry. Here is Jasmine Crockett. We were considering this as a side question. I still am. Talking about Democrats will find the safest white boy we can find to run for president and win.
Should have done it today, Dom.
Why is that?
No reason.
No, I got it in the back. I think it's evergreen.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Safe white boys?
Yeah, safe white boys. Here's what Jasmine Crockett said.
It is this fear that the people within the party, within the primary system, will have about voting for a woman, because every time we voted for a woman, we've lost so far. And I think that that's a natural fear because we just want to win. So there's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying.
Those are the callers that we're hearing. We're hearing people.
No, for real.
A white man's got to do it. We're getting those callers.
For real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I can tell you it's not a black person nor woman. Okay, so like it is, they have, quote unquote, they have chosen. And when I say they, it's the same donors that most likely had their opinions about Joe Biden and move. So like that would be the they that I would talk about. Here's what I want people to understand is I do absolutely agree with Malcolm when he talks about not ceding your power. At the end of the day, don't give up your power. People fail to recognize how unique Trump is. They continue to say, well, we lost. Well, they both lost to Trump. Trump, who is a misogynist. Trump, who is going to ramp up the misogynist in the first place, because that's what he does. He is disrespectful. Like right now, he still doesn't know how to deal with me, because if you punch me, I'm punching back, okay? So like, here's the deal.
All right, Henry, I think I got enough. So, Dan, who's the safe white guy? It's not Buttigieg. It's not Mayor Pete.
It's too
that's the only one I'm
Gavin
thinking
Newsom.
of.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh, it's Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well,
I think in many ways that would be, we're going to mock everybody. I know that. But that would be a better choice for them. She's not saying Josh Shapiro.
no, I don't think so. No.
All right. I
mean, Josh is a pretty safe
Yeah, I
white
was
boy.
going to say, isn't Josh very safe?
Yeah.
No, he's not. The base of the
Plays to the
party,
moderate
Israel.
crowd.
Oh, yeah, he does play to that.
Yeah.
No, I think Newsom is more vanilla in his own way.
Oh, I like that. Who's vanilla?
Yeah. No, we'll do the white boy part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who's vanilla, we'll mix in. Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Mike
I agree.
Pence.
Yeah, I just had to hear it out loud myself.
Vanilla is 99% of Congress.
Tom
and all
Brady.
these people. Yeah.
Tom Brady?
Tom
Yeah,
Brady
that
is
would
Brady's
work.
vanilla?
Yeah, Mike Pence is not.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Mike Pence is not vanilla. I mean, he's.
No, Mike Pence is so vanilla.
Mike
He's
Pence
radioactive.
doesn't even have a flavor. He's
he's-
that bland.
Well, yeah, but
He's
he's
the definition
bland to
of
that.
safe
But you
white
got to.
guy.
But his record is not. I mean, he's.
Andy Griffith.
Yes, could be fictional too. So
Yeah.
be thinking about that one for
Tim
tomorrow.
Walz.
We'll put that. He was put in to do that. Then at the end, though, she says, "No, don't cede your power." She wants to go back to another radical.
How about the safe white guy choice of all networks everywhere? Ryan Seacrest.
That's who I was going to go with. Or the knockoff, Carson Daly, if Ryan Seacrest is still doing a lot of shows. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk to Paula Scanlon and the Republican who led the charge to get the Fairness in Women's Sports Act passed. Can we get them to vote on it in the House? They're both next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah. I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't.
Yeah.
They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace. And now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, an issue that certainly resonated throughout the election cycle and still continues here in Pennsylvania. The ultimate swing state, big time. Not only did it pass in the Senate, we're going to give you all the details on that, but it drew a number of Democrats who I think are seeing the light. They're not seeing it in the House, though, so we have to rev up attention so that the House will take up the bill. If they do, it will pass. And I would say maybe double figures Democrats would vote for it. That's where we've come. Joining us is Senator Judy Ward, serving Blair, Fulton, Huntington, Juniata, and Mifflin counties. Wait a minute, that's a lot of counties. They should have 2 senators, 5 counties. And Paula Scanlon, she's just the external director for early vote action. Well, it is an entire state that she's doing in Jersey. So there is that. Ladies, welcome Senator Judy Ward and Paula Scanlon. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Well, tell me, Senator Ward, what you're doing in Harrisburg today. What's going on?
So we actually this morning had a press conference on this women in sports, and it was wonderful. We had a female athlete that spoke about competing against a man on her sports team, and it was a wonderful day. I had some colleagues with me, and it was the energy was palpable. There were some young women actually in the press conference and around the press conference, and they were very enthusiastic, and it was really a great morning. But it was interesting, Dom. There was a group of young ladies there, and Representative Pete Schweier from the House, who chairs the House Education Committee, told this group of young ladies that it wouldn't be going anywhere in the House because he would never let it out of the Education Committee. And so when I heard that, I had to walk over and shame him. I said, shame on you. Shame on you, because this is about fairness to women. And I understand he has a daughter, which is even more offensive that he wouldn't stand up for his own daughter.
Well, let me ask Judy, if I might, Judy Ward, Senator Ward, do we have that on tape anywhere? If you could send it to us. Here's why I'm suggesting. The nerve of this guy, the blatancy, and these are young women. These are not people on your level or Paula's, who's running stuff now. Trying to tell young girls, young women, hey, go home. My God, the boldness of these people.
It was shameful. It really was shameful. I was so troubled by it, and very blatant about it, very blatant. So that's kind of where we're at. It's about fairness, safety, and uniformity. And those are the 3 big things. And I'm anxious for you to hear Paula's story. because it's very compelling.
Oh, we know Paula, yes, and that's one of the all-time Judy Ward, because she's been on with us, and what she went through at Penn, the pressure, you probably are aware of that now. So, Paula, I'm surprised you didn't collar this guy, given your experience at Penn today when he's harassing young girls there, or women, and telling them, hey, don't even worry about it. You're not getting anything here.
Look, I would have loved to do that. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it to Harrisburg today. But obviously, this is a great win. We are so grateful for the leadership we have in the Senate, one that we're talking to right now, who I met with a couple of weeks ago when I was out in Harrisburg working on supporting the legislators that are doing the hard work. I mean, all I've really done is told my story and told the truth, but the real change makers are those people out in Harrisburg that are dealing with the crazies, that are dealing with the psychotic leftists that for some weird reason believe men can be women. And so, honestly, they're the ones who deserve the applause for this and for the wins. And I'm really grateful to have been helpful. I'm grateful to be connected with you guys. But really, what more than anything else is I'm grateful that there is now a chance for girls in Pennsylvania to not have to go through what I did. But unfortunately, we have a bad governor that is not going to sign this. And so we have to continue to put pressure on Shapiro and say, you know what? We don't want this in the state of Pennsylvania. And you know what? You are against women and girls for not wanting to support this. And what he also needs to know is that the majority of Democrats don't even agree with this. So who is he really pandering to?
Well, I want to go back to the House. You're exactly right, Paul. Senator Ward. So this strategically, is there any good news here? This guy overplayed his hand. To me, that's good news. And again, if there were any media fairness here, they don't even send a female to kind of gently be a presence and maybe say something else. This guy blatantly does that. We have a great number. Martina White is a friend of the show, and several of your colleagues who are female athletes. And so I would ask you too, your story, did you play at any kind of level, and what did you gain by doing that?
Sure. So I was a swimmer, and you know what? You gain self-confidence, and it helps you with a work ethic. You're working hard to get your times down, and you build self-confidence that way. And if you put in that work and you put in that time, and you sacrifice, and a man walks in and he takes that slot away from you, how troubling. It's certainly not fair, because he has a clear physical advantage. I don't care what they say. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. It's biology. Let's think about it. It's biology. So they're always going to do better every single time. This is interesting. So one of my colleagues, Senator Lisa Baker, she had District 2 PIAA championships, and she gave me the times. It was interesting. The best girl's time in 100 in the AA was 12.46 seconds. The boys, 11.44. In the 200, girls, 26.05. Boys, 22.77. And then in the 2-mile girls, 11 minutes, 26 seconds. The boys, 9 minutes, 23 seconds. I mean, come on, that says volumes. That says it all. They are just able to compete on a different level. And it's the public's with us also. When this is polled, it polls 80-20. People are with us. The general public gets how ridiculous this is. And thank goodness they do, because this is something. And so these legislators that are not in favor of this, their constituents need to lash out and speak out, because constituency is a very powerful thing. Believe me.
Well, I hear you, and I understand it. The last time, you probably had the records in the House when Governor Wolf vetoed it. There were something like 8 to 10 Democrats there. I believe now, the ones I talked with, a few Democrats, there might be 12 or 15 of them. They see the writing on the wall. They would vote for this act. And if Josh Shapiro vetoes it, He might be running against another fabulous woman in the governor's race, and people in Pennsylvania will not forget this. To your other point about confidence, Paula Scanlon went through beyond belief over the story she's told us at Penn. And look at her now that she is someone who is a national spokesperson, not only around this issue, but trying to win the governor's race in New Jersey. I guess after you face down swimming against this Leah Thomas and walking around naked in your locker room, you can do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that you think that. But no, I mean, truly, I just did what I believed in and believed to be right. And unfortunately, part of the reason why we've gotten ourselves into this situation is so many people across this country don't agree with it, yet they're afraid to say what they truly believe. And to anybody listening, and we're so fortunate to have, again, people who are in positions of power like Senator Ward that are saying, yes, I'm going to speak out on this. I don't care if people are going to call me names or whatever, but we need to have more of that in this country, more people speaking to what they believe in. And that's all that I've done. And the fact that that's considered brave and bold and courageous, or whatever words you want to use, is completely shows how far we've gone in this country. I really just, again, I just stated the obvious. It shouldn't have been brave. It shouldn't have been bold. Yet in a world where there's not a lot of courage and there's not a lot of people willing to speak to what they truly believe in, that's unfortunately called courageous. And so to anyone listening, this is how we fix this. Just be bold and stand up. And, I'm grateful for all I've gotten to learn from this journey and speaking out on this issue. And, again, I want to see this through in Pennsylvania, and we're going to keep putting pressure on the governor, on these people to make this a reality across the state and make this not acceptable for anyone, no matter what party they're part of.
Exactly. Senator Ward, what's the name again of the education conference chairman in the House?
Representative Pete Schweier. He's from the Lehigh Valley.
Okay, Pete, we're coming to the Lehigh Valley. Dan, put him on our list there to ask him to come on. I want him to come on and lecture us. But Judy, too, going to young girls there, were these teenage girls?
Yes. Yeah. They were in probably high school.
Okay, high school girls, and saying to them, it's not getting out of my commit. I mean, that's something he might do with you and try to hog up the media time or something. I strategically, I think we can beat these people. That's what we have to do. Just keep the pressure on. And that would take what? He would be the one that would have to allow the bill to be debated and voted on, I guess. That's
correct. And, you do have to wonder if he's just covering so the governor won't be asked to sign or veto this bill. The governor's been silent on this, which I think is interesting. And so Representative Schweier today, I had to think, maybe this is covering for him. Maybe this is, holding this back so it doesn't get to the governor's desk at all. It would still have to go to the full House. But it did make me wonder that.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well,
go ahead. And I just want to tell you, we had every female Republican senator sign on to this bill. We had every Republican senator vote for this bill. I was so proud. We did have 5 very courageous Democrats that voted against their caucus, and from what I understand, there was a lot of pushback with them, which is really sad that doing the right thing and listening to your constituents puts you in a bad way with your caucus.
One of them was even the guy from Lancaster County who won the first time around in 100 years and was told by the Lancaster County chairwoman, I believe, oh, you haven't seen the full bill yet. And he said, yes, I've read the bill in front of people. So I admire that deeply, that these 5 would do that, and I think they're in the House. So, Senator, please keep us on the campaign just beginning with this today, and I think with Paula, too, off to a great start, and we are open to get you back on.
Thank you so much for having us. It really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Paula, thank you very much. Thanks for all that you do.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Paula.
you guys always.
Thank you. All right, Paula
Bye-bye.
Scanlon and Senator Judy Ward. So, again, before we do Money Melody here, imagine this guy, and that's why I asked her. with teenage girls showing up there and saying, never going to get out of my committee. You can come here and you can do all this. Maybe this guy would be bold enough to come on and tell us why he did that. And I'm sure he's got all kinds of calculations in his head. Is that a good strategy in this? They're emboldened. They think no matter what, they are not going to let you have an up and down on this. Nothing. All right. Again, the issue's alive, and Josh Shapiro knows he doesn't want to go either way. I think he would sign it with Democrat. I think he'd have to. I mean, not sign it. I think he would veto it and stop it again. He cannot be on the side of saying that he went with this. All right. 855-839-1210. You can hit us with that right now, and also hit us with that all-time rivalry. I see some pretty good ones on board. Think of an all-timer, though. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, it's time for baseball, and you can win today a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies. Painter's playing Lehigh Valley. Maybe I'll send him back just for a game here. The Reading Phillies versus New Hampshire Fisher Cats at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania on Thursday, June 12th. For tickets, you visit readingphillies.com. All right, what do we have today?
Yeah, Dom. So today we're asking for that all-time rivalry,
right?
Whether it's in sports or something else. Obviously, today we're doing that something else with music. Now, I did not know these two people had a bit of a rivalry, but Frank Sinatra did not like today's singer, Dom. I don't know if you're aware of that. This person did something that outraged the public, more or less.
Okay.
And Sinatra's response to it was that if he saw her and she was a guy, he'd kick her butt. Obviously, he did not say butt.
Yes, right.
So who is this singing here that we'll play in a second? Who is this singing that Frank Sinatra would kick their butt if they were a guy? Take a listen.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
Beautiful voice.
From glen to glen and down the mountainside.
Yeah, nice and slow today for you, Dom.
All right.
Know who this
I don't
singer
know that
is.
voice, but Dan's right. Well, particularly a couple lines in there were beautiful. Not the usual cover stuff. And Sinatra had a problem with this. Oh, man.
Big problem.
All right, 855.
You do too, Dom, once you know who it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us with that. You're off to see some baseball with the Reading Phillies. You heard those times, too, from Judy Ward, the senator. Like a second and a half in the 100-yard dash. That's a lot. 2 mile, over 2 minutes. And the 200, wow, that's like over 3 minutes and change. In the 200 yards, that's a lot of seconds in the 200 yards. I mean, a bear, I don't think, could beat them that badly. All right, 855-839-1210.
Sunshine or in shadow.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, your life has really been about service.
I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot and went to flight school. And I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it.
You also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran, you and Rick.
I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star.
Thank you for your service. Best of luck with everything in office.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as Certainty vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-632-5959. 800-632-5959. Again, that's 800-632-5959.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right. All-time beautiful voice, but Sinatra had a problem with off-the-stage stuff with this female singer. Let's hear the clue.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen.
All right, let's try Lori in West Deptford. Lori, who's that beautiful
Hi,
voice?
how are
Hi,
you?
Lori. Good, Lori.
I'm in the car pickup line getting my son.
All right, go on, making good use of your time. Go ahead, yes.
A Bishop Eustace, too. So I think it's Sinead O'Connor.
That is exactly right. Let me ask you an unrelated
I can
question.
never say her name right.
You got it, but what's the number one rule in the car pickup line? You know, I know some of these, they seem to have pages of rules.
Well, at Bishop Eustace, there's no busing.
Oh,
so we really
boy.
have to be patient. But it moves pretty smooth.
What do you guys
But,
like
yeah,
Lime
you need
Park Avenue
kids
after
walk.
school every day?
Let the kids walk between the cars and just pay attention and be safe.
Oh, boy. That is, well, congratulations, Lori. You get the gold star in the car pickup line today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Put you on the hold. Sinead O'Connor. Anything else?
It was
on
just
it?
that was
Okay.
his response after she ripped up the photo of the Pope on
Yeah.
SNL. He's like, I'm gonna kick your butt.
Like a good old Italian boy.
Yeah.
Well, 855-839-1210. All right, you heard Judy Ward, and we'll try to get this guy on. Is that really strategically what you should be doing rather than just lying low? See, their hope is the Inquirer and a million other media across Pennsylvania, they're not going to press him on this. This is the caucus Democrats who have a bare lead or a tie. I forget which one it is currently. And yet they rule. Remember, they didn't want to vote. They didn't vote for, what was it, 3 months? The roof. We have to fix the roof. We can't vote until the roof is fixed. Can't put buckets down. There isn't no water even. And now they don't want to bring this up even on the Education Committee, where they would have the advantage since they're the party in power, meaning they'd have one more Democrat. I haven't looked at the Education Committee, but there's probably a Democrat or two on there who would say, man, I don't want my name on that vote against women and against this bill. And this guy shows up and tells these young women or teenagers, nah, why don't you go home? This isn't going to go anywhere in my committee. I mean, who does this? Arrogant, progressive Democrats. They have not learned their lesson. And this is all, to Judy Ward's point, this is all their coach. Now, I don't know that Josh Shapiro would coach him up this way, but Shapiro is deadly afraid of this issue. And the reason I know, every time he talks about it, he uses his favorite nervous expression, folks. It's always with the folks. Every time there's something that's dangerous, now he can't figure out a calculus to thread the needle. And that's exactly what would happen here. And I predict he's going to be running against Stacey Garrity, who I think can make this case, military woman, et cetera, and these other women. In what universe? You heard those times, just from the one. We hear this all the time. It's an obvious thing. And remember, these are not strength or person-on-person things. These are just running. And look at the 200-yard dash is amazing to me. 26.05 to 22.77. So that's 3.28. Yeah, 3.28 difference just in 200 yards. That's just, I'd have to take into account how far apart that would be in seconds, but it's a lot. How in the world societally, particularly in a place like Pennsylvania, can you sit there? And if the girls say anything in this, they have trouble with their schools. They get labeled they're misgendering or they're a bully or you can't do that. You're a hater. And this guy shows up. It's not his news conference. He can have a news conference, make his point. He can call us whatever. What kind of guy shows up there to be in the face of these teenagers? I wonder if he called them haters and all too, or misguided. There probably were no dads of these females there today. This guy coming over, and you heard Judy Ward. I didn't see media coverage on that. We'll see if we can find it, and we'll see if he'll come on. Their new tactic on this is they won't allow it to be voted. If they're so sure this is hatred and all the rest of it, they certainly would allow it to be voted. Let's go to Marty in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Marty, welcome in. Who's the rivalry that you have?
Hey, Dom, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Marty. Hi.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I got to go. I'm 65 years old. I have to go back to a time where a guy named Ed Schneider brought a team into a foreign sport team into Philadelphia with a captain named Bobby Clark and Bill Barber and Bernie Perrant, the Watson brothers. But those guys against the Boston Bruins, Bobby Orr, and the Boston Bruins.
Phil Esposito, yeah.
That would be my all-time.
All right, that was a pretty good one. I didn't know that was the number one rival, but I'll think about it. Sure. We're looking a little bit more outside sports, but you can hit us with a sports one too. Think broad terms. All right, coming up, Scott Presler, all-timer, headline in today's Philadelphia Inquirer. Republicans are attempting to boot 3 Democratic justices from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And for the first time, they say they're worried. Now, they do blame first Elon Musk, of course, but then when they get to the heart of it, they say the guy that made these usual sleepy political races front and center is Scott Presler. Of course, he's next. He's going to be here in our area if you want to see him, get a training, etc. And his birthday, I plan to try to get over to Bucks County for that on Thursday, I think it is. 855-839-1210.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
This May, Hester Chevrolet makes it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Blazer, lease for just $349 a month, 39 months. Or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time. The genius of Scott Presler is not only to go to where potential voters are that are common sense Republicans, conservatives that are not voting, like Christians in churches, we told you last week, but also to identify a race and make it sizzle. Anybody can do that with a presidential race, particularly with Donald Trump in it. But the state Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, the Inquirer says usually that's a sleepy race. What the heck is happening here? Democrats are worried. Scott Presler with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome back.
Hey, Dom. Happy Monday.
Well, thank you. Scott, on Tuesday night last week, we had a huge event, and our producer, Dan, he knew where I was going to go, I think. Toward the end of this with listeners, Trump's first 100 days asked favorite guest, talk radio guest. I got the P in Presler out, and the applause drowned it out.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Very humbling.
Exactly. So, Scott, the Inquirer says this is on the map now. That means Democrats are going to gear up. They realize the threat because if one of these is defeated, all three, I think, are going to be defeated. That would put us into a 2-2 tie to be decided later. It would be enormous, and I think it would inspire people to realize the importance of off-year elections.
Absolutely. Well, to give people context for maybe some people that aren't really paying attention to the May 20th primary, et cetera. So this November, we have 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices that are up for what's called retention. You don't have a Republican versus a Democrat. It simply will say, should Justice Christine Donahue, Democrat, be retained for 10 more years on the Supreme Court? Should Justice Wecht and Justice Dougherty be retained for 10 more years? And so I am asking the beautiful people of Pennsylvania this November, and the great thing is you don't have to be registered with a party to vote. My Green Party, my Libertarians, my Democrats, my Republicans, everybody, I am courting you, and I ask you to vote no to retention. And partly, one of the biggest reasons why even Democrats are supporting no to retention is because Justices Dougherty and Wecht in particular voted, and let's put it this way, gave Governor Wolf the authority to shut down the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania during COVID. And for that reason, many businesses have closed. Many people have moved out of the state because of the dereliction of duty of Democrat Governor Wolf and him being given the authority by the Supreme Court. And so this May 20th, you, the voters, are going to be able to vote for your Commonwealth Court and your Superior Court. But this November is going to be the no to retention. And I ask every single listener to 1210 Talk Radio that you spread the word, and you will literally make Pennsylvania history if we defeat these justices this November.
Absolutely. Before we get to any numbers, registration, and all that, Scott Presler is going to be here. I think it's your birthday on the 15th, Thursday, in Fairless Hills.
You know, turning 25 again is something that I look forward to seeing everybody at Puss in Boots. And this is going to be on Thursday, doors open at 5:30 p.m. We're going to be going until 7 p.m. or perhaps, later, depending on how many people show up. But the goal is, this is a volunteer appreciation event. And this is a thank you to every single person that has helped flip Bucks County, from the Bucks County Committee to Right for Bucks, to every grassroots group, every patriot group, every single person, even across the country in California, that wrote letters to help flip Bucks County. Because this November, we have to reelect the sheriff. Sheriff Frederick Herron, I believe is how you pronounce his name. And then you also have our district attorney. And if we don't want if we don't want Bucks County to become Philadelphia with rampant crime, et cetera, then I ask for your vote this November in additional to the no to retention. And so join us on Thursday, May 15th, 5:30 to 7 at Puss in Boots in Fairfield Hills. And also, this is a district, guys, that is currently represented by a Democrat. that we can flip to Republican in 2026. So building the infrastructure now is going to help us defeat Governor Shapiro next year, and more importantly, give our next Republican governor in the Commonwealth a Republican House so that person can lead and legislate.
Scott, we just had on the woman who got the bill passed, Senator Judy Ward, on the issue of transgender in sports. 5 Democrats voted in the state Senate. Fodder for you, because we both agree this is an issue that moves people, that may be a bit apolitical. She told us that the guy who is the Democrat chair of the Education Committee in the House told a bunch of teenage girls there, and she confronted him, I don't know why you're here. I'm not going to let this ever come up in my committee, even though there's a pressing need. This is a big public issue to at least have a vote on it. It has repercussions for Josh Shapiro. And I think the more people that are aware of this, the more we ratchet up pressure that they at least have to debate and vote on it.
100%. If you ever hear a legislator that tells you that we shouldn't even have dialogue about a bill, that we shouldn't even introduce a bill because the governor, aka Democrat Shapiro, will veto it, or that because the Democrat House won't even vote on it, then that is not the correct answer. We, the American people, just elected a popular vote Republican government, and even at the congressional level, we demand, and it is incumbent upon our legislators that they introduce legislation so at least we can be heard. Even if the Democrats aren't going to vote for it, put them on record. Make the Democrats say that they don't want to deport violent, criminal, illegal aliens. Make the Democrats say that they don't support school choice. Make the Democrats say and vote on that they believe that men should be able to beat up women by playing in their sports, and putting them on record, and by defeating those 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices this November is going to make Democrat Shapiro and the Democrats running in the Senate and the House very vulnerable going into November of 2026.
All right. The registration number, Scott, for this week in Pennsylvania?
There was a purge that was done. So both Democrats and Republicans lost in Pennsylvania, which is kind of weird going into a primary, but the numbers reflect that both parties lost. And so Democrats are still going into May 20th, picking up some steam in places like Montgomery and Philadelphia. But as we've spoken a lot about, it's probably because people in Pennsylvania, especially Philly, are tired of Larry Krasner, and they're going to be supporting Judge Dugan going into the May 20th primary. So what's going to happen, just for full context for the future, is a week after May 20th, we're probably not going to have a lot of numbers to report because they're going to do what's called canvassing. However, 14 days, 2 weeks after the May 20th primary, that is going to be decisive as to letting me know what are the trends going to be like for the rest of the year. Do the Democrats continue to ramp up their voter registration efforts, or does it fall off after May 20th?
Well put, Scott. So Thursday night, Puss in Boots over in Fairless Hills. Hope to see you there, particularly on your birthday, and celebrating winning Bucks County and all that went into that. That is an all-time victory. But to volunteer, to get training, to fundraise, to help, wherever you are, what do people do?
Well, we really need people to RSVP for the event on Thursday. And when you RSVP, you're going to be with one of our key coordinators, Seamus. So you can email Seamus, SHAMUS, at earlyvoteaction.com. And even if you're not able to help on Thursday, let him know that you want to volunteer. We need your help at Q-Mart in Quakertown, going to the Doylestown Farmers Market, and helping in Levittown and outside of Philadelphia. So Seamus at earlyvoteaction.com. Please email him today. And I look forward to seeing all of you on Thursday at the event at Puss in Boots from 5:30 to 7 p.m.
Thank you, Scott. Happy birthday in advance.
Hey, thanks, Dom.
Take care.
Talk to you soon.
Scott Presler here. All right, I'm coming to you for the lightning round. Dan, one, I guess you heard from Anne-Marie or Mr. Toomey that still we don't have a trial date for Mr. Toomey. His son was killed, I'm forgetting how many years ago, just bringing in water over there in Mayfair. Still no trial. That's still going on. Just another day in Krasner land, and we can't beat Larry Krasner. That's a little bit hard to believe. We'll see. All right, it is the lightning round next. Jump in, 855-839-1210.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Hey, tomorrow, no time today, but we'll get into it. The baby names are out, and Henry is in the top 10. So if you're
Let's
thinking
go.
about that one.
We're on the comeback, baby.
But the ones that are #1, I have not run into any on the male side. Well, they call up occasionally, I've gotten. And on the female side, unrelated to. I always like talking about that. It's a trend type of thing. And on Twitter at DomShow1210, we kind of forgot Geno's versus Pat's. Yeah, I lost some of the thing with Joey Vento not with us. Dr. Phil began a season of his show in the middle of Passyunk Avenue with the two parties. There were no weapons involved, trying to make the peace. Then he said Israel was easier. Let's go to Joe in Exton. All right, Joe, who do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My rivalry is between the three called-in contestants, Earl of Tacony, Linda and Bryn Mawr, and Joe of Exton.
You mean, wait a minute, you said Linda. Leslie, Joe. Yes.
Leslie and Bryn Mawr.
Yes. All right, and Joe of Exton. Oh, man, what a trifecta. That's a pretty good inside one. Here is one of those rivals, the Earl of Tacony. Earl, what do you have?
What does I hear? You're getting paid? All of my albums say Dom Giordano presents. Where's my cut, Jimmy? Henry and Tommy are dodging my calls. I mean, where's my money?
Yeah, Jimmy Conway's going to visit Maury here. Watch out.
I got to make sure no one's in the back seat when I go out anymore.
Get some Danish, yeah.
And don't forget, I have 4 or 5 Krasner songs for you to play if you need to play a Krasner song for the upcoming election.
All right, we'll put it on the sheet for tomorrow. We'll play which Krasner song do you want?
I think Krasnerland would probably be the best one. The one I did with Dan. I think our duet did fairly well on that.
All right, Krasnerland.
The one where I sing.
Yep.
Yeah. But I have a musical answer. It's probably not a winner, but it's one of my patented stories. It's going to be Bob Dylan and Phil Ochs. They worked together in the 60s in the New York City folk music scene. Folk music at that time was about politics and current events. And they started to drift apart because Dylan was going more commercial. He was an innovator. He really ticked off the folk scene when he played an electric guitar at the Newport Folk Festival.
Right.
But the breakup happened where they're driving in Dylan's limo through New York City, and Dylan had a song that didn't do very well. And he said, well, I've got this new song. Listen to it. Tell me what you think. The one guy in the limo said, oh, it sounds pretty good. Oakes told him the truth and said, I don't think it's going to be a hit. Dylan had them stop the limo right in the middle of the street, open the door, and said, Oakes, get out of the limo. Kicked him out in the middle of the street. He said, you're not a folk singer, you're a journalist. And they didn't talk for 10 years. He just kicked him right out in the middle of the street, halfway to their destination, and there was always a rivalry between the two of them.
Here's a little Krasnerland.
Krasner World, Krasner World, Krasner World, Krasner World. It's not safe to live in the city. Murdering is a thing. Is the thing. Someone will die every day.
Very nice. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go, Earl. Thank you, Earl. More tomorrow. Robert in Ben Salem. I was going to take this one off the board. I'm glad I didn't. We didn't want to take all the good ones. Hey, Robert, what do you have today?
How you doing, Don?
Good.
Dan, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys, and I hope you had a great Mother's Day yesterday. I am going to change my answer, I think. I was going to pick 2 famous presidents who had a rivalry, but that answer has been used several times before. So I'm going to stay in the time period, and I'm going to change my answer to Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton, because I'm figuring that any rivalry that ends up with somebody getting shot and killed is a rivalry worth remembering.
That's
all
what I would go. Thank you very much. They all hated Aaron Burr, though. I mean, the guy was just routine. They settled with duels. Andrew Jackson, I think, carried 2 or 3 bullets in him from his duels. Can you imagine in current day politics? All right, Bill in Bucks. Bill, who's your rivalry?
Well, just quickly, I just want to tell you that I just was up at the Board of Elections a few minutes ago, and Republicans lost a little ground, but still leading by 9,708 registered voters in Bucks County.
Still red. Good to hear it.
Yeah, that's what they're leading. We lost a little bit of ground, but not much. My rivalry is computer operating systems. Apple versus Bill Gates.
That's a very good one. I don't know that they hate each. I never got that quite, but maybe that's the case. I had this on my list.
A bigger one for Bill Gates, but
yeah, I think there is. Chris in Malvern. Chris, who's yours?
I went to a non-alcoholic celebration yesterday, and they had Coke in the old-fashioned bottles, and I drank 2 of them, and they were so delicious that I thought I was high. and I couldn't understand why I was always predisposed towards Pepsi.
Was it Mexican Coke?
No, I don't know what it was. Boy, they were good.
No, because it's a good question, because if you're getting in a glass bottle, it usually is Mexican Coke, and you're getting real sugar cane rather than the processed crap here in America.
So the Coke tasted that much better. That's an all-time, but, Pepsi is like the Dallas Cowboys now. They're not on the level, I don't think, with Coke. So that diminishes it a bit. All right, Henry, we'll start with you. Who did you like?
Yeah, let's see here. I thought the best answer of the day was Joe Vexton's between the callers of the show there. And I also like the Robert and Ben Salem answer of Burr versus Hamilton. Because, how many times does an argument end up with getting someone getting shot?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Dan?
Just out of the box, I like the Bugs Bunny one and Daffy. But Coke versus Pepsi, I did like here at the end. I like the local tie, the Flyers, Bruins. But really, when push comes to shove and shots are fired, Burr versus Hamilton, I think, takes it.
Yeah, I'm going to go Burr versus Hamilton. That's true. I was thinking about taking that one off. That is an all-timer, and Burr could have been a president. I mean, when you get into duels and Hamilton, who the play's name, the whole thing, that's pretty big. All right, great stuff. Now, Jeff Van Drew will be on the show tomorrow. Two big things with him. One, are they going to lock up these people that stormed the ICE Center in Newark? Yeah, he was on Fox saying, yeah, they should. And Republicans having a hard time getting themselves going on the big, beautiful bill, which is too big to fail. They got to get that done, midterms and everything else, and the right thing. So we'll talk with him. If you have something we can debate with Linda Kearns for Dom Day in Wildwood on June 20th, hit me at Dom Show 1210. And also, don't forget, Linda's got a $2,000 reward up. We need to know who sent out those death notices that are amazing, that the police and the postal authorities say we couldn't get to the bottom of it. That's kind of doubtful. There's going to be a lot more on that story. All right, follow on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210, at Dom Show 1210. I'll tell you about a big podcast we're doing today that's brand new, and the first guest, I want to wait. I don't want to jinx it until tomorrow. Rich Zeoli's next. 4 big hours here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.